share these technologies with the Ministry of Agriculture and other institutions. Also, we have more than 100 startups are getting connected with us. So we are, in fact, they are working with different technologies. The technology demonstration in IIT Ropar Hub, we will welcome all of you to come to IIT Ropar and see this technology, how they are working, and especially stable working is the one concern area for Punjab, Haryana, Delhi, and all. And at least 3 technologies developed for this in this regard, and they are at this stage of demonstration, and soon it will go to the market. So I think overall this is one area where I think is a great future in application India, and we can address the issue of food security and climate change through this technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for sharing your valuable insights. And Devesh Chaturvedi ji, the Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. I now have the privilege of inviting sir to kindly share his insights and vision for the future of digital agriculture in India. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome our honorable chief guest.
Respected His Excellency Ambassador of Republic of Djibouti in India, respected His Excellency High Commissioner of Republic of Fiji in India, Shri Ashwin Bakshi, Srimati Suniti Tuteja, Shri Raveen Ravelkar, Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, Shri Prashant Mittalji from NIC, and Dr. Radhika, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, at the outset, I would like to deeply appreciate and also congratulate IIT Ropar and ICFA for organizing this conference with the participation of other ministries and departments of Government of India and also the private sector. It's indeed, industry is also taking it forward in a big way, in a transformational way. Several initiatives in digital side and also using satellite technology for the welfare of farmers and for policy making have been launched. But I would presently in my address here would briefly touch upon the digital agriculture mission. What is it and how it is important and how it can help transforming the way. So this digital agriculture mission is the policy makers, and most importantly, it is for the farmers. Because ultimately the farmer centricity has to be kept in mind in all the 3 aspects or all the 3 stakeholders which are ultimately will be using this mission. So the 3 broad aspects is one, of course, is a decision support system, which is based on the inputs we will be getting from different digital sources, which of course is more for policymaker and for policy advisories to the farmers. The second is when what we are undertaking is a proper soil mapping of the whole country, which again will be used for policy making also, and also for ensuring proper package of practices are adopted by farmers to ensure the best productivity, and also to ensure that depending on the soil type, what are the best practices, what are the best crops which need to be grown there, the most appropriate crops and the crop cycles, and accordingly we can slowly shift the farming practices to those appropriate practices. The third most important is what you can say the digital agri stack. And here I would like to discuss in detail. To understand that for any of you are from the farming community or still having farms in the states or in the districts where you are originally belonging to, We know how difficult it is to get verification from tehsils and blocks for availing various services. It is really a very tough and arduous journey to get it. And one of the reasons why it is so is that we still do not have an authentic, legally certified farmer database. We do have revenue records which primarily are more plot-based. So we have the name of the plot, we have the owners of that plot, and there could be co-owners, there could be multiple owners with whether each farmer, how many plots is the person owns and what is the share of that person in that plot is something which is not available in a standardized, not available format to be used. So what the first thing which we are doing is to ensure that all the plots, all the agriculture plots are georeferenced. That means we can locate it on the map in a proper, accurate way so that various satellite imageries can be then easily superimposed on it to get more details. The soil maps can be superimposed on it to get the details. The second aspect is that once the maps are digitized and once the share of the shareholder of each plot is available, we are developing a farmer registry. What is a farmer registry? The farmer registry will have the name of the farmer, the details of the village with the codes, what are the plots that the farmer holds in, not just in that village, but across the state. We have not gone to across the different states, but at least within that state, how much which are the plots which the farmer owns, and the share of the farmer, along with the mobile number and the consent with the Aadhaar number. And we will generate a unique farmer ID. So this farmer ID will be like a UIDI, Aadhaar number, for the purposes of farming. So once that farm ID is generated, and this data will be updated through the revenue records dynamically. So wherever there is transfer of land from A to B, the record of A will be updated and record of B will be updated within the system. And since we have the farm mobile number also, now we get the policymaker gets the power to provide precise extension. Because the third aspect of this mission is the digital crop survey, where we are undertaking the crop survey. Presently, each individual surveyor is going to the plot, and unless the person reaches the plot, because it is now georeferenced, the person will not be able to, the surveyor will not be able to upload the exact what is being grown unless the person actually goes to the field and takes a photograph of that and uploads it. So that ensures accuracy of the survey and also timeliness, because immediately after sowing, those survey data will be available plot-wise. So once that survey data plot-wise is available, once the soil condition is available, so now it opens a huge opportunity. Because now the person takes that QR-based Aadhaar ID, or so farmer ID. You can go to any bank, you can go to any procurement center and say, this is my ID, please give me these services. So if a KCC is required, the banks, what do the banks require? What is the total size of the holding of the farmer and what is being grown in last few years? And that is available digitally, authenticated by a government system. So the farmer will need not go to the revenue patwari to get all these details. It just and those digital transactions can easily be undertaken. And we have done it in the pilots. So we could generate KCC from the banks in just 30 to 40 minutes using this the digital crop survey and the farmer registry. So that is one aspect. So once this is the transformation of the services being provided to the farmers, whether it is agriculture, horticulture, animal husbandry, and then we will integrate all the databases of various departments like the fisheries, like the animal husbandry. So even what are the cattle population which is being owned. So we will integrate. So now the issue of whether there has been vaccinated properly or not, that data will be available for monitoring and review and for ensuring targeted interventions in the areas where it is required. Precise extension means if the person has grown potatoes, then we only have to give details about potatoes, nothing else. Right from the time of sowing till the end of harvesting and then the pricing. Everything about potatoes can be provided, all the details, so the farmer can use it for better crops. So this sort of transformational system is now getting implemented after the budget announcement this year. And for the policymaker, as I mentioned, it is important because we get accurate data in time, which we can then use for export-import decisions, for providing various inputs, various services. For farmer, the person gets empowered because he or she has an authentic record of his own, which can be used anywhere digitally or physically without having being asked to give certified copies of those data from the tehsil or the blocks or anywhere. And thirdly, the private sector, if based on a consent mechanism, we can also provide, see, the aggregated data, there's no problem for the private sector to get because that will be open to all. But for the individual data of the farmers, based on the consent system, we can provide to the private sector through so that private sector can then use that reach to the farmers to ensure that their services can reach the marketing system. They can aggregate the produce and sell it at prices which are better. The quality inputs can be provided, and it will unleash startups and private sector innovations through the system. So this is the vision of ministry when it has launched digital public infrastructure of agriculture. The basic, I have told you the basic sort of stacks which are available. I'm sure Prashant Mittal will give you more insights on it in details, but with the limited time available, this is what I can say, but I can go into hours to discuss each and every aspect of digital agriculture mission, but that is not, from the inaugural session, it is not possible to do it. But certainly we would like to have more partnership with the educational institutions, as mentioned by Dr. Abhishek Akhilesh Gupta ji, that if the technologies are available in academic institutions which can be used for farmers' welfare, certainly we would like to use it and expand it, replicate it. And we would also like to partner in terms of improving the lives of the farmers and also addressing the challenges which are currently focusing primarily related to climate change and other aspects also. Because ultimately the challenge is that small and marginal farmers have to benefit whatever is being produced or whatever technology is available, because we don't have large farms with big farmers who can access it by themselves. We have to reach them, and technologies have to be adopted to ensure that small and marginal farmers, which are more than 86% in this country, are able to reach to it. The reach we will ensure, but the private sector has to ensure that those are appropriately modified so that the small marginal farmers do benefit from it. That is all what I wanted to say, and thank you very much for the opportunity. And certainly in future also, wherever such opportunity arises, our team in ministry will be there to interact with the different stakeholders for taking this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for sharing the government's vision for integrating digital technology in the agriculture sector. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special call for digital agriculture initiatives by ICFA and IIT Ropar. And for the same, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Radhika Trika, CEO, IIT Ropar, TIF Awadh. Dr. Radhika's work revolves around fostering entrepreneurship and innovation in agri-tech. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you everyone, the delegates on the dais and our wonderful audience. So here, it's the open call for expression of interest to join Indian Digital Agriculture Council, one of its kind platform in which we want stakeholder participation, not only from government or from industry. We are looking for participation for startups also. We are looking for participation from our NGOs and farmer producer organizations. And for this, Dushyantji, I will really invite you to be here. He's the one who is going to chair and drive it along with Professor Mani. So we're looking forward for it. We are here, so we look forward for all of you to be here. Yes. So as Dr. Devesh has to leave, but we will, okay.
So before you take leave, I would request Dr. Radhika to kindly present a small memento, a small green plant, as a token of our gratitude and appreciation to Honorable Chief Guest Shri Devesh Chaturvedi ji. Sir has a pressing meeting to attend, would not be able to stay any further, but we are still grateful to you, sir, that you could spare some time and be here with us. As we all noted, sir was here with us before 5 minutes. It was time for us to go ahead with the proceedings. Thank you very much indeed. And before Sir leaves, may I request for a group photograph of the dignitaries on the stage? Can I request for a group photograph of all our dignitaries on the stage, please? And ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we are also honored that we are joined by Dr. M.J. Khan, Chairman ICFA, who is joining us online on the virtual mode and would like to address the distinguished audience present here on the sad loss we had about Sri Ratan Tata ji. So while we are getting connected to Dr. Khan, I have the privilege in inviting His Excellency Mr. M. Isse Abdullahi Asove, Honorable Ambassador of the Republic of Djibouti, to kindly deliver the special address. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome His Excellency.
Thank you very much. Well, I didn't prepare anything. I was not aware that I will be presenting, but let me do a short presentation. And good morning, everybody. Among all the conferences, meetings, and I can have with the government bodies or private sector bodies, I have to say that this is the kind of event I love to come. This is my preferred ones, to have a meeting with the farmers and all agriculture team related. Because you all understand that farmers are the ones who are feeding the planet. And if I have to speak about my country, I have to tell you that Republic of Djibouti is a dry, arid country. Very dry, very arid country. Temperature reach 50 degrees. And we have rains like maybe. So here we have a very big difference between India and Djibouti. And this is an opportunity that I'm seeking during my mandate in India to create bridges, to create opportunities of cooperation between farmers, Indian farmers and Djibouti. I cannot say farmers, but those who try to make some agriculture in Djibouti, because it's very hard to make agriculture in Djibouti. So the opportunities rely on the fact that we import everything. We import 100% of what we are eating. So at the opposite, India produces almost everything. So this is something that we need to exploit. And knowing also that India is the supplier of Africa and Africa is the client of India, Djibouti, Republic of Djibouti also being the entry gate of Africa. Let me explain you why. We may not have agriculture, we may import everything, but we have some advantage. The first one being to be the entry gate of Africa. What does it mean? It means that we have one of the second most important port infrastructure in Africa. So this is why everything that is coming to, for example, neighboring countries like Ethiopia, like Congo, like Sudan, like South Sudan, like Somalia, comes through Djibouti. And now we are trying to develop even for countries more in the hinterland, for like Rwanda, like Burundi, like all these countries. We have developed, we are a logistical hub in Africa. And the most important thing is that we are not only a logistical hub, but we are also a banking hub in Djibouti. Djibouti, you will see that it's the only country that has a fixed parity with the dollar. Since 1949, $1 has been equal to 177 Djibouti francs. It never fluctuates. First. Second, Djibouti is the only country, if you invest, by investing, I mean, if farmers brings their vegetables or their food to Djibouti, you can be sure that we have the biggest free zone of Africa. So this free zone, what does it mean, a free zone? Free zone means that you can invest company or bringing your company, just take a warehouse and you pay zero tax. By paying zero tax, it means that you can re-export from Djibouti. What is the advantage of re-exporting to Djibouti market? But for sure, Djibouti is part of a lot of agreement between African countries. And these African countries and Djibouti have signed a free trade agreement. These free trade agreements give you the opportunity to, for whoever settle in the Djibouti free zone, to re-export to all these countries without paying any tax. That means that if you are settled in the free zone, your product will be stored there. African country can come and pick your product, or you can re-export to Djibouti with the label made of Djibouti. So if I summarize, you will pay zero tax to Djibouti, and you will be paying less tax to any country you are exporting because you have the label made in Djibouti while it's coming from India. So why are we doing all this? Because we believe in the South-South cooperation. We are fed up of North-South cooperation, and we have a long relation with India. We have incentive measures. And the most important thing is that I know that Indians are very concerned with the financial side of any investment. I can tell you that Djibouti is the only country, if you invest, you bring your money. If you're not happy, you go with not local currency, but with the same currency, international currency that you came. Nowhere in Africa you will find that. I mean, you have to go back with local currency on, so you lose money. In Djibouti, you don't lose money. If you're not happy, good, you can go with all your investment. So we are a financial hub, we are a logistical hub, but let me finish by the last one. We are a technology and telecommunication hub. In Djibouti, it's the only country in Africa where you have 19 submarine cables coming through we are the station, landing station of 15 own international submarine cables among 19 international internet and telecommunication submarine cables. So this gives you the opportunity to have very high connection in Djibouti to settle your company and to have video conferences so technology is not a problem in Djibouti, since you are landing station for all these international cables, and we own many of them. So let me end by this. I strongly have appreciated the presentation of Doctor, because if India is at a level of geolocalization, digital technology in agriculture, Djibouti is at the first steps of agriculture. And I'm sure that the know-how of Indian farmers would help very much to settle and to help Djibouti agriculture. So that's why I'm here. My office is open to any will of cooperation between Djibouti and Indian farmers. Certainly that we are expert in many things, but absolutely not in agriculture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Your Highness, for your words of inspiration. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to welcome His Excellency Mr. Jagannath Swamy, High Commissioner of the Republic of Fiji. His Excellency's experience and leadership in the agriculture sector, particularly in the sugar industry, makes him a valuable asset in the diplomatic role. May I now invite you, Your Excellency, for this special address.
Thank you. सभी को मेरा नमस्ते, नमस्कार, and Bula. I think I'll speak in English. I know a lot of you may expect me to speak in Hindi, which I can. Firstly, let me recognize the eminent speakers on the stage here. My reason of coming and accepting the invitation to come was one, because it was an agriculture conference, and I've spent some 36 years in the agricultural sector in Fiji, and more so particularly in sugar. But listening to some of the speakers here, very familiar words that you hear is drought, and of course, climate change. These are the going problems for Fiji and the Pacific. Those, I do not know how many of you have been to Fiji. Hands up? None? That's not a good sign. But I'm here to maybe influence you. They say that if you go to Fiji, you come back younger. So we have the sun, we have the sea, we have the sand, and we have the smile. So Fiji has the 4S, and I would invite some of you to visit us. Fiji is, of course, based in the Pacific, South Pacific Ocean. We have the largest sea, or rather ocean area in the world. We may not have sufficient land, but we do have the sea area. Fiji is an agricultural country, 12 months tropical weather. We have wet months and dry months, but we do not have 4 seasons like India. So there is great opportunities in Fiji for the agricultural sector. Now, I think I will not want to talk much about digital because you are the experts. It would be novice on my part to give you advice. But I can tell you one thing, the potentials in Fiji for introducing digital technology. Fiji is now is facing some huge challenges of manpower shortage. With the 94% of the population highly educated, most of them who are graduates and who leave our shores to go to Australia, New Zealand, Canada, US, even England. So there is a migration of young people from the agricultural sector to urban centers. And this is nothing new. I think most countries in the world are faced with this. Hence, there is a opportunity to bring in digital technology. Here in India, in the last 4 months that I have been, I've about Pradesh, where the chief minister, I believe, used drones to supply food or drop food. Also using drones to avoid disease. I mean, spraying, sanitizing the countryside wherever there was flood. So you can see that digital technology can be positively utilized. And in Fiji, with India's relationship, very close ties with Fiji, historical ties, religious and cultural ties, with Prime Minister Modi's visit to Fiji in 2014 and visit to Papua New Guinea in 2023 in the Pacific Island Conference, a joint conference with India. He had made many announcements for Fiji, but for Pacific. So there is a keen interest by India to look after the Pacific Islands, unlike many of those big giant countries that we have been relying on. But most times there is a lot of talk, but no walk. So I think India is now not only championing the region, but I think India will champion leadership even in the Oceania region. And hence, it is an opportunity for Indian businesses, more so in digital area, to see how you can invest in Fiji in taking advantage of the vacuum or the challenges that we are facing now. The good news for you would be that Fiji has access to Australian market, New Zealand market, US market. So it is not only the small population of Fiji that you are looking at, or the Pacific Island countries, but you are also have the advantage of this export access that Fiji enjoys with these neighboring traditional partners. So when you look at investment, you are looking at a bigger investment than, an investment that will give you better returns than just one country where you are investing. I, on behalf of Fiji, would only want to give this message that we look forward to those who are interested in contributing to technology transfers to Fiji. We can work together bilaterally. Government of India is very happy to work with Fiji in bilateral arrangements. So anyone who is interested, and I would be, of course, closely discussing these issues with the Ministry for Agriculture or the Agriculture Department. And hopefully we can all work together in helping small island nations who are victims of climate change of no fault of theirs. Pacific is the cleanest countries that you'll find, and yet we are victims of pollution and or climate change. And of course, the global problem of food security is something that I think Pacific Island countries can contribute towards the larger world. And as India believes, and our mythology believes, that the whole world is one family, and we want to work together to grow this family, strengthen it, and see how we can help each other and help the humankind. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude the inaugural session, and I invite Dr. Radhika to kindly propose the vote of thanks, I would also request Dr. Radhika Trikha, CEO of IIT Roper TIF Awadh, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude to all our dignitaries on the dais. We present to Shri Prashant Kumar Mittal, who is Honorable Chief Guest for this conference and Deputy Director General and Head of the Agriculture Informatics Division at the National Informatics Center. May I request you, ma'am, to present, sir, a green plant. Thank you, sir. We present to Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, former Secretary SERB and Senior Advisor DST Government of India. Thank you, sir. We present to His Excellency Mr. Jagannath Sami, Honorable High Commissioner of Fiji. Thank you very much indeed, sir. We present to His Excellency Ahi Asove, Honorable Ambassador, Embassy of the Republic of Djibouti. Excellency, we present to Dr. Alok Mukherjee, and to Srimati Suniti Toteja. And I would now request Dr. Radhika Trikha to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
So before I propose the vote of thanks, we have a short video of the work that we are doing at IIT Ropar, Technology Innovation Mission run from the Government of India on interdisciplinary cyber physical system from Department of Science and Technology, in which 25 hubs have been established that are bringing the emerging technologies with focus on cyber physical system, with main focus on artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, industrial automation, machine learning. And we being situated in Punjab, we are catering to bringing these technologies to agriculture and water, the two sectoral domain areas which are also very closely interlinked and impacting each other. So with this, we have a short video highlighting what work we are doing. So just before we go for a video, so we are working in three particular domain areas. One is developing technologies and deploying those technologies. So it's an open call for all the stakeholders who are here to join hands with us to together develop the technologies and take it to the market. Then we are supporting startups exclusively with the financial support and the technical support for agri-tech, wherever you are working with AI application, IoT application, industrial automation application, we can join hands and take it further. And the third part that is very important is the skilling, where we are making youth ready to use these AI applications for application on the ground, whether they know how to use AI for agriculture applications, for water related applications. So this I'll request to play the video.
Actually increase the understanding of IoT and from very I have provided the hands-on learning experience to the students of the expanded horizon of knowledge.
So once again, we have exciting set of panelists with us who have already joined us. Panels that are going to discuss about each aspect of digital agriculture. We would be very happy to have an open engagement session with all of you. Feel free to stop us in between so that we can have a very high engaging sessions. But with my job of conveying the vote of thanks, thank you all once again. Thank you, the organizing team, the young team that has made it possible to bring all the stakeholders together. And thank you, our delegates, for being with us and showcasing what digital agriculture revolution can be for coming years. With this, thank you once again. We'll break for a tea. We will keep it very short, 5 to 10 minutes, and directly come to our engaging panels. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for kindly proposing the vote of thanks. And as already announced by Dr. Radhika, we are now breaking for tea. The tea break will be of 10 minutes only. We would request everybody to kindly be back in time for the next session, which is going to be very, very interesting and engaging. So ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your cup of tea and coffee and be back in time for the next session. Thank you. Director and Head Food and Agriculture Department, BIS. Once again, warm welcome to you, ma'am. Inviting Mr. Amit Kumar, co-founder and CEO, EK Foods. Warm welcome to you. Inviting Dr. Praful Gadke, CEO and Principal Scientist, Biomi Technologies Private Limited. Inviting Ms. Shikha Datta, Head Government Affairs, Innoplexus AG. And inviting Mr. Rajiv Kumar, Deputy Director General, SOA, CII, Shiksha O Anusandhan. And inviting Ms. Daman S. Walia, President CEO, Arctech Inc., who would be joining us virtually. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the next session of India Digital Agriculture Conference 2024. Our first panel discussion of the day will focus on the crucial topic of climate smart agriculture, harnessing digital technologies for sustainable farming. As the world faces the pressing challenges of climate change, it's imperative that we explore the role of digital technologies such as AI, IoT, and data analytics in creating a sustainable farming practices. This session will featuring experts from diverse backgrounds, sharing their insights on how digital technologies can be leveraged to make agriculture more resilient to climate change while ensuring productivity and sustainability. I now hand over to our distinguished moderator, Dr. Dushyant K. Tyagi, sir, to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the panel discussion. Over to you, sir. And we have about 50 minutes for the discussions.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the first session of the day. And our topic is really exciting. And the idea of this panel discussion is to understand. We have a distinguished panel of panelists, and the idea is to understand from them. So how do they basically perceive the climate issues, and how do they basically are working towards address those issues? Panel, I will quickly, please allow me, to introduce the panel once again. With us, we have Srimati Suniti Tuteja ji, Senior Director and Head Food and Agriculture Department, Bureau of Indian Standards. So quality matters everywhere, and fixing up quality standards are very important to bring any change, to bring any qualities. We will understand from ma'am, how BIS is working towards that. We have another, the second panelist with us is Dr. Praful Gadge. So he is the CEO and Principal Scientist of Biome Technology. So Biome is basically, they are working on digital environments and towards, how innovations can enhance and contribute towards, addressing climate issues. We have with us there's a last minute change, so bear with me. We have with us Mr. Rajiv Kumar, DGM from CII, Shiksha Anusandhan. So Rajiv, we will definitely, looking towards you, how you basically foresee the climate changes impacting agriculture and how you plan to contribute. We have with us Radhika, we have with us Shikha Datta. So she is the head of governance, government affairs, Innoplexus. So Innoplexus is a known firm in pharma, and they are known for innovations. So Shikha will be basically sharing with us how do they are basically plan to approach agriculture. So I will start with ma'am. So ma'am, like I said, how is the Business Bureau of Indian Standard contributing to the development of regulations, standards for digital technologies? So if we look at technology, right now there is no base, there is no reference, especially with respect to technologies. For example, we are working on one of the technology called, they have developed some machine which gives you AI ML based result for 35 agri commodities in less than 1 minute. So when we basically hit the market, we could find there is no reference for this. So please, share with the audience and us, what is the roadmap to develop protocols for all these upcoming technologies on the production side and, market side and probably on the value add side also.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I hope I'm audible. Yes, yeah, good. So thank you very much. I think once again, of course, although I had highlighted, in the morning a little bit on that, BIS has very recently, taken up this task of developing standards or protocols, as you say, on smart farming, because yes, there is a lacuna and these do not exist as at present. Although there's a lot of research which has happened or even happening, whether it's through the various maybe ICR institutions and maybe IITs and elsewhere, but maybe, there isn't any linkage, And also we have so many startups and so many companies who are now entering and they're using this, So it is imperative, and I think how we did try to start it maybe a couple of years back. And as I said, that how BIS approaches standardization, I think it's very important to understand is that although we do have standards, as I had said, we do have national standards in the area of agriculture, but they have been traditionally more in terms of as I said, either they were more in the agri input side, or maybe more in the machinery part, and then somewhere in the agricultural practices, which were the traditional practices, and then sustainable. So, and we have developed standards in relation to some components maybe of digital farming, as you can say, though not smart farming. But that was, see, the way that BIS works is also through, as I said, it's the technical committees. So we do have like technical committees maybe on the, say, the agricultural machinery, or we'll have a technical committee on the pesticides. So, or you'll have a technical committee in the post-harvest. So you would see that there are verticals existing within BIS. So there was a need to have a horizontal kind of work across agriculture, so which will be looking after the entire system. So maybe around 10 years back, maybe we started with a new committee which was called as the Agriculture Systems and Management, where we tried to standardize some of the practices through preparation of organic farming standards, good agriculture practices. And now, of course, recently we have brought out standards relating to urban farming to take into consideration this climate change and climate smart farming. So maybe like on hydroponics, on artificial light system, on protected cultivation. So, and then of course developing standards, as I said, for some components of smart farming, but not as a whole. And we did realize this, and our experts did realize that yes, there was this gap. So that is why we formed a working group under that FAD 22, which is our technical committee on agriculture systems, where they're trying to map, this entire sector, entire ecosystem, as I say, the entire landscape of the smart farming. And they will be able to come out. We've given them a time period of 6 months. So they are experts from all across the country, including the industry, the startups, and academia. So to identify where, these standards would be required very soon. And so BIS must work on priority, and who could be the experts who could be roped in for development of such standards. So that is all I think. I would like to stop at this time. And
that's great. I mean, 360-degree engagement from all the stakeholders are important. And I'm sure that, more working groups will be coming. So we know, agriculture is just at the heart of, climate issues. Unfortunately, this also provides a lot of solutions. And going forward, we would be seeing, more intersections of electronics and as well as biological sciences. This is where the future basically arcs. And we really have a challenge, which is about, how do we increase efficiencies of resource efficiencies. And here I come back, I look towards, Dr. Praful Gadge. So how basically biome technologies. Biome, my understanding is biome is a place where, it is highly location specific, environment is specific. It's kind of a community. So probably, biome might be working in many fields. But what is biome's, contributions or vision to contribute for the betterment of, agriculture and addressing, the climate issues arising out of agriculture?
Thank you so much. As a biome, we are integrating technologies, natural resources all together to mitigate the issues of climate change. As we know, as in the last period, in this rainy season, we have experienced a heavy rainfall, particularly we are from Maharashtra. And in this concern, how we help farmers to protect their crops and obtain a good yield. In fact, one of our farmers or some of our farmers have obtained minimum 17 to 25 lakhs per acre in the adverse conditions where rest of the farmers have lost their everything. So how this has been made possible? So we are one of the first India's microbial soil health kit developer, which was recently launched by Honorable Union Agriculture Minister Tomarji and funded under RKV by Raftar as well. So here, what we are into contract research as well as development of climate sustainable biological solution. Here we have developed some consortia. Those are plant specific, environment specific, season specifics. Consortia of bacteria and fungi all together. So in this, we are integrating the inputs from the data, predictions from the sensors, as well as inputs from the or related to the climate change, that the rainfall is coming, there are going to be heavy rainfall. So in this case, we delivered those biological consortia to our farmers with respect to their crops. So those worked well in the heavy rainfall conditions and helps plant to sustain. As in these conditions, nutrition can work, but no plant protection chemicals are working well. So fungicides and other things are simply erasing the biodiversity, and erasing the biodiversity, making conditions harsher for the crops. So we have replaced those chemical fungicides and antibiotics, those are major concern, with the help of biological solutions. And proud to say that our farmers haven't used a single chemical fungicide or antibiotic in this season and obtain lakhs of rupees profit into his farming. So the output coming from weather stations, we are integrating with the data. We are integrating our biological solutions and delivering the advisory and the products to the farmer accordingly. So if there is rainfall predicted in some region, particularly we are working in one of the ginger pocket, and in this last 2 years, ginger's rates are skyrocketed. So they were 3,000 rupees per ton, per quintal, and now they are 22,000 rupees per quintal. And our farmers are happy because the rates skyrocketed because there was losses due to climate change. But we gather the data of the farmers, we gather the data of climate predictions into those areas, and we delivered several microbial consortia and advisories related to the climate change, upcoming climate conditions, and related to related nutritional aspects to the crops. So that helped those crops survive well. They were able to fight with the pathogens and climate change, and that helped the farmers to sustain well. So integration of weather forecast, integration of data obtained from the field, and in combination with the microbial consortia. So this biome which we have developed to mitigate the climate change, and this is accompanied by our India's first and only soil microbial health analysis kit, that is Soilometer kit. So what is soil microbial health analysis? As we know, the biodiversity is getting killed by the fungicides and antibiotics, which are extremely used in the farm. Farmers are completely illiterate. So to train the farmers, we are running agrochemicals literacy program. So in that, we train the farmers about the inputs. Thousands of farmers are associated with us in this state today. And our kit helps them to analyze the soil microbial health. So that is then collaborated with the data and other things and helping us to deliver better results into the field. So this is all about we are contributing into climate.
So that's great. I mean, we have to restore that balance between crops and my crops. And my crops are going to play great role, everywhere in the food value chains. And it's really exciting to know, this kind of work is going. And what we feel, I mean, the future will belong to better customization, having crop specific, soil specific, stage specific, more balanced solutions. So moving to Shiksha, I mean, Shikha, sorry. So before we comes to you, we also have one more panelist here. Sorry, Mr. Walia. So I missed to introduce you in the beginning. So welcome to the panel. So I would like to know from you, how basically your company is working, or what is your take on, the challenges which basically Indian agriculture in specific faces with respect to climate challenges. Is available here? Online, na? He has joined us. Sir.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, no, I'm trying. Good morning, and thank you for the invite, and appreciate your organizing this panel. And good morning from Washington, D.C. in middle of nighttime. I'm so happy to be connected to my home country. And I guess they were going to connect me or give me ability to do a screen share so I can share some of the slides. I would like to share what we are doing in agriculture and in the climate change and the digital, it's Nexus. I'm wondering if they will give me an access to screen share. All right, I see that.
For a while?
Yes.
Visible?
All right. Yeah. Can you all see the screen?
We will move it. We will move side for a while.
All right. For the panel, with the topic of this today's the use of the digital innovations in agriculture sector and especially addressing the climate change. And I'm a scientist. So for 55 years, I've been involved with developing solutions and deploying all over the world. And I'm going to share with you that this is the biggest opportunity in agriculture sector to drive the fourth revolution in the agriculture sector. And I'll share with you what we are doing. And we have a lot of activities going on in India. So I'm going to just very quickly share some of the highlights and make a case that how agriculture actually can be a solution to the climate control and take us to net zero instead of this particular sector having dealing with a lot of challenges it's currently dealing with. So let me kind of give you my perspective. There's been three agriculture revolutions which has brought us to the modern agriculture. Going back to after the ice age was over about 12,000 years ago, it created a first what we call Neolithic revolution in Europe, Asia, and Africa. And basically humans, moved from being hunter and gatherers to doing some agriculture and led to settlements and domestication of the plants and crops. The second industrial revolution, which is known as the Arab agriculture revolution, took in place in going back to the 8th century. And this resulted in extensive use of the plants and spread into all the way to in Spain. Of course, India had a long history of agriculture use. And, there's in fact a recorded references to the use of the science and especially the importance of the soil in many of these historical records. Recently, I heard Prime Minister Modi making a reference to one of the book. And in fact, I even looked into the Ajurveda in verse number 30. It says the whole basis of it is soil. And that is the case I'm going to make, how we can address this whole issue with addressing the soil. And of course, our third green revolution, which I grew up in India in the 50s and 60s, by the way, in Punjab and in Chandigarh. And so this was driven by the World War II. After that, a lot of these factories which were making explosives and chemicals for making bombs and explosives, they are the factories which were now supplying these chemicals for use in agriculture and as fertilizers, as pesticides, and it drove a green revolution. And of course, Mr. Berlage and some of the other people in China, Mr. Yuan Longping.
Sorry, sir, I'm interrupting you. So if we are looking for a quick comments from your side, and we will come back to you quickly, sir.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to share with you a solution with a carbon farming and with the use of the digital innovations to create a agriculture 4th revolution, which will take us to net zero and increase the farmers' income, the productivity, and that's what we're doing. And would like to be able to quickly show some examples from India as well as from USA, if the time will permit.
We can share this presentation with our participants, and
yes, I will.
We'll come back to you for the questions on this, sir, quickly.
Okay,
so
sure.
Thank you. We have to resume the panel discussion again. So, okay. So Shikha, please let us know about Innoplexis and your vision for Indian agriculture, and especially how do you? I know Innoplexis is a wonderful organization, and you have a name in innovation. A large number of patents and everything, and it's a good news for agriculture that you are coming here.
Sure. Thank you, sir, for such a warm introduction. And like you said, that we are doing big in pharma and healthcare sector. Yes, we are pioneered in pharma and healthcare sector, specifically in AI-driven drug discovery. So on the similar basis, we want to do something for agriculture sector. We want to reshape the agriculture sector with digital solutions. So I will begin with some of the examples that we are doing already in pharma sector that we can, then relate to the agriculture sector. For example, AI predicts successful drug candidates in the pharma sector. So on the similar way, AI can be used to analyze genetic traits of crops and predict the climatic conditions under which it can survive. So it can help the farmers to make a quick and data-driven decision, and also it can help in selecting them what kind of crop, and also help them in adapting to the climatic condition. So this is one example. Another example is that we are actually helping the pharma industry to reduce the drug development timelines. So in the similar way, we can help the agriculture sector to reduce the breeding cycle of crops. And in that way, we have generative AI models which can help to accelerate the development of this process. So this eventually helps the farmers in the productivity and efficiency. And apart from this, actually, we are working with many state governments, and specifically in creating a AI-powered notification management system. So basically, this AI-powered notification management system is bridging the communication gap between the, you can say, between the government authorities and the farmers. So this is you can say, a common repository or a central repository for farmers to access any information regarding any subsidies, grants, or policies, and specifically in their local languages too. So this is actually very beneficial for the farmers, and it is integrated with the WhatsApp also. So these are the few things that we are doing for the agriculture sector, and probably we want to, reach out to the smallhold farmers, and maybe we can develop something for them as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, gene editing, speed breeding, these are going to play a very
Yeah.
important role, in developing varieties with less emission
Sure.
and more carbon capture. So I will move to now Amit. Amit, you are working on a completely new production model, captive productions. Technologies like hydroponics. It's not new. It's there for ages, but it's coming to India. So we would like to share, how you feel, this fitment in Indian, market scenario, and how it's going to contribute for reducing emissions, or it would contribute towards, addressing few of the climate issues, if not everything.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to thank you for being in this platform. To answer your question, sir, yeah, as you rightly said, hydroponics has been there for thousands of years, and yes, in last few decades, Europe or Western countries have embraced this technology, and India has lagged a bit behind. But as there are few companies who are trying to do that in India now, regarding the whether how suitable it is for an Indian climate or Indian economics. This is as of now, this is a technology which is a bit costly compared to an open field, but in the terms of adoption, when you talk about the capital investment, it's a huge investment. But once you have crossed that stage, the quality of production, the control you have on the parameters as you mentioned in the climate, the untimely rains, untimely winds, or any lot of pest attacks, and all of those things can be catered into, can be protected in the protected environment. And once you are there, there's the yield out of this and the quality out of this gives you a very good economics compared to any open field. So that's what we have been doing. It being an engineer, we saw the gap that this is not really affordable as of now, but how to make it, and we have worked for last 6 years, and we have developed a technology where operational costs are lesser compared to any other, and we are really targeting tomatoes. When tomatoes in December is selling almost 15 rupees a kilo, at that time we are growing tomatoes and selling it out in the mandis or the, let's say, these organized sector. So yes, there's a potential. There's more to do it, but there's a lot of potential to do it and to impact the climate.
I mean, probably going forward, India is a country of smallholders, marginal farmers. So maybe, high value crops, you can develop systems which help them to have a parallel source of income. And more than that, you scale it down, make it affordable. And there are many people, there are challenges, So it's quite interesting to know, how you really want to optimize the resource cost and make it affordable for farmers to set up a hydroponic unit, maybe for some select crops, and access to the consumers for a better product. So now, Rajiv, I mean, we would like to basically have your views on climate, agriculture, and how do you see, things will be moving into forward, and how you are contributing for that.
Thank you, sir. Let me just introduce myself first, because I thought you didn't get my introduction. So, sir, prior coming, joining as a Shiksha Anusandhan, as a DGM, I was a part of the Atal Innovation Mission Niti Aayog team. I worked there as a consultant for past 4 years, where we have set up 72 incubation center across the nations. We have set up 10,000 adult thinking lab in the nations. I also got the opportunity to work in the Prime Minister office as a research assistant officer under technology and governance vertical, under the additional advisor, sir, Sri Hariranjan Rao, sir. And I just took a chance to come at the grassroots level and be a part of the enabler. So being an enabler and the policy makers, we have like supported a lot of startups in the nations. Like through 72 incubation center, we have supported around roughly 4,500 startups in the nations, and more of the startups are like from the agriculture sectors. Many of the incubation centers like working for the like startups who want to develop a product for the farmers. Here is like a CEO of the IndiGram Labs. We have RMP. We have like Vanasthali Vidyapeeth, BIMTech, iHub, and the many incubation center at the grassroots who are like supporting the budding startups. So yeah, I will like contribute more in the panel, like from the enabler or like from the policy maker sides.
Correct. Then, that's quite interesting. But on the other hand, we quite often we see agriculture startups, they took very well off, but there is a plateau. We don't see, many of the startups working in sync with the practical problems on the ground. So because you are a well-exposed man, you have a lot of experience in this field. So would you like to share with the panel and the audience, where it's going, the entire agriculture ecosystem in the country right now?
We all know that like India is like a land of farmers. Our like economy is like roughly around when we talk about 2000, at that point of time, 60% of like persons are like employed in the agriculture sectors. And now that trend is like shrinking or like decreasing. If you take the current status, around 40 to 42% people are like employed in the agriculture. When we talk about how it's contributing to our GDP, it's roughly around 20%. Most of the like GDP contribution is coming from the like other IT and the service sectors. So where we are lacking, like we just came here to like discuss how we could able to like build our like infrastructures for the nations, where like most of the people are like employed.
So Rajiv, I mean, my question was this: see, agriculture startup ecosystem took off very well. We have a sunrise year, 2020, 21, 22 onwards. We see kind of a stagnation. So out of your experience, can you really share with all of us what is not at place?
So there are like a lot of gaps in the ecosystems. When we say like there is a lack of the finance for the startups who is like working for the like agriculture sectors, there is a lack of technology. Right now we are like also trying to make our like country like make in India products, while we are like importing a lot of technology from the other countries, Western countries like European countries. So we have to like
okay. So I mean, I think we are done with our allotted time. So to sum it up quickly, I mean, it's very interesting to see people from all walks. Like agriculture, we say it's aggregation of all fundamental science. You will find here physics, you will find here biology, you will find here chemistry, you will find everything. And this is a wonderful place where you can develop new technologies. And yes, climate is important. And like I said in the beginning, agriculture is a major contributor to climate issues, but it has also got the solutions, perhaps one of the unique sector by that way. And it's very exciting to see people, youngsters like Amit, Shikha, and a large number of agricultural startups. They are coming here to solve the fundamental problems. And as I sum it up, we really need to find out technologies basically to help aggregation, to basically solve the problem of financial enablement to the farmers, and improve resource use efficiencies. These are the three areas where I'm sure, and on the top of it, like BIS, they will be acting as a major enabler from the technology side to set up, the right kind of protocols and making it more conducive for the newcomers to be here and at ease, and cut short, maybe making more digitization towards the approvals, certifications of all these new technologies. So thank you very much for all my fellow panelists and audience for a patient, listening with us. Thank you.
If you want, we can have 10 minutes of floor interaction because we have enough time for lunch. So anybody has questions, we would request you to identify yourself and the organization you belong to. Can we get the cordless microphones to the audience, please? We would request you to keep your queries, questions very, very short and precise, and also kindly name the speaker your question is addressed to. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Ram Ghatak. Good morning, everyone. So we are a specialized incubator cum accelerator for agri-tech startups. We are based in Delhi, and the name of the organization is Ingram Labs Foundation. Many of the people on the panel also knows us, Dr. Prabhu Gadge, Mr. Kumar. So they know us. So we support basically the startups in agriculture, food, biotechnology applications in agriculture, climate, etc. So, and we are sort of, supporting startups who are particularly coming from tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities and towns of the country. So farmers of, the sons of farmers or, those kind of entrepreneurs who may not be very well connected, who may not have, kind of Ivy League kind of educational background, etc., to support them particularly. So we are operating for last 7 years, and we see many of the startups, are actually working in the field level, at the ground level, which are very, very important for the local communities. So solving various problems, a range of problems in agriculture, from climate to this bio sort of formulations, etc., and also yield, fintech, agriculture aggregation, production aggregation, and so on. So many things are happening, but then there are quite a few challenges they face. That is, one of them is the patient capital to sort of support them for a longer period of time, because agriculture being a kind of biological production system. So, and every year they get only twice the chance, twice, 2 seasons are there. So they need patient capital for a longer period of time. Some of the innovations in CRISPR, gene editing, breed sort of development, etc., that also require a longer period of time to support them. So seed capital of what we have seen in technology startups and all that is commonly not applicable for agriculture. It's a very different kind of domain, and all of you understand that better. So these kind of some of the problems are there. So I will keep it short. So for the policymakers to think about and support the startups in those areas. Thank you so much.
Very rightly summarized, sir. These are the real challenges, which I also endorse, the ecosystem is facing right now. And the word patient capital is important here, because agriculture does not need change in our country. It needs transformation, and transformations, they take some time to happen. I'll appreciate it.
Well, good afternoon to everyone. I'm MJ Saxena. MJ Khan Saab could not come, but I am here. And I represent the organization Ayurveda Research Foundation, as many of you are aware of. And I'm very happy to see that this conference, which is going to be the milestone in starting the journey of Indian digital agriculture. I am at the extreme end of implementation of digital technology in agriculture. हरियाणा में, पंजाब में, वेस्टर्न यूपी में ड्रोन के द्वारा जो स्टार्टअप्स हैं और किसानों की जो आवश्यकता होती है कि सिंचाई के समय, पेस्टिसाइड के समय, एज ए वाटर कंजर्वेशन टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रोन का इस्तेमाल 700 एकड़ में, और उससे पैसे भी बच रहे हैं, डीजल भी बच रहा है। और विषय सिर्फ मेरा जो पैनलिस्ट और सबसे एक ही चीज है, डायग्नोसिस हो चुकी है कि एग्रीकल्चरल क्राइसिस की वजह क्या है, पूरा एग्जामिनेशन हो चुका है कि इसका सलूशन क्या है। अब केवल जो लास्ट माइल कनेक्ट है, जिसमें तीनों का सहयोग चाहिए होता है, सरकार का, इंडस्ट्री का, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन एजेंसी का और किसानों का। किसानों को चूंकि इसमें फायदा दिख रहा है, कई सारे हमारे एफपीओज हैं जो इन टेक्नोलॉजीज को बड़े उससे अडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं, इंक्लूडिंग एनिमल हेल्थ में कि पशु कब जो है वो हीट में आता है। और आप सभी को पता है कि एनिमल हेल्थ का सेक्टर कितना बड़ा है देश के लिए, 4.5% जीडीपी में योगदान देता है। मैं सिर्फ इतना सबसे निवेदन करना चाहता हूँ कि हर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में संदेह होता है, प्रॉस एंड कॉन्स होते हैं, लेकिन ओवर a period of time things develop, they get adopted। और इसका उदाहरण एक ही है कि 1995 में जब मोबाइल आए थे तो उनके बारे में बहुत तरीके के कटाक्ष, विवाद और उसको कहा जाता था ये फैशन शोशेबाजी है। आज इस देश में 128 करोड़ मोबाइल हैं और ये जो टेक्नोलॉजी का ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हुआ है, आज एग्रीकल्चर में भी 5 साल और 10 साल के अंतराल में यदि ये हमारी चेन बढ़ती जाएगी डिजिटलाइजेशन की, तो इंडिया विल बी द लीडर इन डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी application in agriculture for solving the problem of climate stress and desertification of the soil. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We will have to now close the session after your closing remarks, sir.
Okay. So, I mean, sir, आपका जो फीडबैक है वो बहुत ही एनकरेजिंग है और ये सच है कि जब कभी भी ऑर्बिटल चेंज हुए हैं, जब कभी भी साइंस ने इंटरवीन किया है तो उसकी क्रिटिसिज्म तो हुआ है, लेकिन the juncture at which we stand today in Indian agriculture, so I feel that again, I go back to my first remark and this panel's finding. So future lies in two things. One is genomics and the other is algorithm, and we have to continue to work on it, and I'm sure we will find out solutions to most of the challenges which we are facing right now, either on the production side, market side, or value side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. I would now request our session moderator, Mr. Dushyant, sir, to kindly present a token of gratitude and appreciation to all the panelists on behalf of the organizers. We present to Srimati Suniti Tuteja ji. Thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for your valuable insights. We present to Mr. Amit Kumar, co-founder and CEO, Iki Foods. Thank you very much indeed, sir. We present to Ms. Shikha Datta, Head Government Affairs, Innoplexus AG. Very warm welcome. Thank you, ma'am. We present to Dr. Praful Gadke. And to Mr. Rajiv Kumar, Deputy General Manager, SOA, CII Shiksha O Anusandhan. Thank you, sir. And I invite on stage from ICFA, Ms. Ayati Singh, to do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to our distinguished moderator, Mr. Dushyant K. Tyagi, Chief Executive Officer, Farmgate Technologies Private Limited. And may I request all our panelists to kindly come together for a group photograph, please. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to thank the wonderful panel for the interactive session we had, and requesting everybody to kindly join us for lunch. The next session begins at 1:30. I request everybody to be seated back in time. Thank you. by our two organizers. Thank you to them for serving us this beautiful lunch. And we move on to the second panel discussion of India Digital Agriculture Conference 2024. This session is titled Democratizing Agri-Tech, Bridging the Digital Divide in Agriculture. In this session, we will explore how digital technologies can be made accessible to farmers across the country, ensuring that the benefits of agri-tech reaches not just the large-scale farmers, but also the small and the marginal farmers. This is crucial to enable equitable growth and drive the overall progress of the agricultural sector. And for this, we have an esteemed panel of experts who will share their insights and strategies in agriculture. And to our distinguished moderator, Dr. B.N. Kulkarni, who is President, Sustainable Food and Agriculture, Jain Irrigation Systems Limited. I hand over to you, sir, to kindly carry forward the proceedings of this session, beginning with your opening remarks. For the discussions, we have about 50 minutes, and for 10 minutes, then we will open the floor for question and answers. Over to you, sir.
Hope I am audible. Yeah. Welcome back to second panel discussion. The theme of this second panel discussion is on how can we democratize new modern technologies accessible, inclusive to farmers, particularly small farming system, and bridge the gap or divide between the resource-rich farmers and the resource-poor farmers. So, you know that India is land of smallholders. 86% farmers have land less than 2 hectares. And then 60% farmers are rain-fed farmers. You know, they don't have access to permanent irrigation source. And it is very unlikely that in future we will have a significant increase in irrigation. And then, of course, climate change. We had first panel discussion on climate change related issues. And there are several other issues which we will be discussing. We have a very enlightened panel here. And I am sure that how these modern technologies of, you know, AI, IoT and robotics and all these things can be. How do we democratize you know, the applications of these new technologies in Indian agriculture? We have we have 4 people available here as panel discussion. All of them are very enlightened. One of the panel member is joining remotely, virtually, Ashutosh Singh. And others, Ashutosh Singh is CEO of the iCart, and he is joining virtually. I hope he is available here. Then we have Utkarsh Kapoor, who is CEO and co-founder of Cuboid Intech, Iotech. And then we have Anil Parikh, Chief Strategy Officer of the Leads Connect Services Private Limited. And then we have BG Gupta, Advisor, IT Applications in Business and Governance. And then we have Ashutosh Singh, who is joining virtually. I am very happy that this is a very important, you know, last mile connectivity issue related panel discussion, and which is really the crux of the situation. It is very difficult for you know, any technology to introduce to small farming system. It is not because only that they are small farmers, but also they are resource poor financially, resource poor from input point of view, and also knowledge point of view. There is also a mindset problem with small farming system. They don't like easily to change into new technologies unless they see the results. So this is very important thing, unless they see the results. So demos and you know, visibility of new technology and how it is useful financially to the small farming system, I think is very important when we apply these new technologies in agriculture. There is huge problem of connectivity in rural areas. I'm not talking about smartphones. Almost every farmer has a smartphone now. But communication, road communication, transport, particularly of fresh commodities, accessibility to the market, then of course the climate change issues. Climate is not very certain. Sometimes there is flood, sometimes there is drought, there is hailstorm, and so many things happening in agriculture. And poor farmer, he has to walk to his farm where there are no roads. So how can we use these modern technologies for these systems is very, very important. And I think today's discussion is based on that. And I'm sure the very enlightened panel will focus on the areas which they have chosen. Let me first ask Ashutosh Singh, who is joining virtually. I hope he is available. Ashutosh?
Hi, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, yes, you are audible, and you have about 5 to 7 minutes to speak on the subject.
Sure. So very briefly, I will start with iCart. iCart is a platform, is a agri fintech company which work across the food and agri value chain. So we work with farmers, we work with FPOs, we work with processors and millers, we work with distributors also. We reach up till retailers through our distribution chain. So this gives us the entire value chain in front of us. This gives us to help all the stakeholders, starting from farmers and FPOs. So currently, we have outreach to around 24 states, and the organization got established in December 2020. And so far, we have been able to generate more than 8 lakhs of orders on our platform. And this includes last mile farmer through the CBVOs, NGOs, and FPOs. The role of these organizations become very, very critical when we really want to introduce any technology. When we started and reaching out to all the stakeholders in the entire food and agri value chain, the most difficult part was with all sort of push, digital inclusion is still a far-fetched thing when it comes to actual usage from the farming community. They are still kind of actually reluctant in using all the UPI-based facilities, though in retail it is improving, but from the farmer side, we are yet to reach to that level. Secondly, nowadays through our technology, all sorts of facilities are available. Like you can get equipment on the rent, you can get marketplace access, and you can buy input services for your requirement. You can sell your commodity on the platform, but the actual usage directly digitally is still, I would say, it is there in the assisted model, but the actual usage is still I see we have to go a long way to do so. In last 3 or 4 years, what we have actually able to succeed is provide trainings through our partners who are on the ground. So iCart work on a physical model, and we choose to work the extension partners, the NGOs who are on ground, the CBBOs who are working with the FPOs and all. So that's how we are able to get some traction, wherein through their support, at least few BDOs and COs are able to do some transaction. I will still say, in spite of generating these kind of transactions on our platform, the usage from the last mile user is still very, very skewed, is very, very limited. It is only happening when we are trying to engage with them on various issues, such as digital financial inclusion, such as digital training, such as when we are trying to help them with markets and all, when we are trying to give support where the development work actually stops from the development side, and we are able to give them some market options, our acceptance become a little more, because we reached out to them with something wherein they are getting benefited from the market directly. comparing to the prices of the mandi, they are able to sell their produce right at the farm gate at the right price with the issues of quality like forest material, D&D, moisture, and all of that, with their satisfaction. So they also came to know like how a small digital moisture meter can help them earn a rupee or two more for their produce. They could get to know why tapioca dry can fetch them 4 or 5 rupees extra for their produce. They could get to know how de-hulking and all or picking up of blackened tits from coffee will help them earn 7 to 8 rupees extra per kg. So initially, we did not try to sell them. This is the kind of input we have got. This is the kind of platform we have got. This is the kind of advisories we have. We try to assess the problem of farmers, what kind of problems they are facing the moment a harvest comes, and they have to go into the next cycle of sowing. We realize that if the right kind of pricing can be given, if they can be taught, like you can from the same output you can get some extra margin or some extra price or per kg for your produce will be very helpful. So this is the kind of first thing we immediately kind of trust start getting built when we actually show them the same produce can fetch a better price from the market if we follow these small things. So this is how iCart started engaging with them, and currently I'm happy to share that we are working with more than 430 FPOs across the country. We are engaged with more than 3 lakhs of farmers through our digital presence across the country. As it is a physical model, so we try to place our collection center or place of buying right at the FPO locality or the farmer's farm gate, so that we can also transfer the knowledge which is coming out of we are having on the good agriculture practices or on the QC of the commodity, on the post-harvest losses, how we can ensure that besides the productivity increase, how we can actually help them get the fair price of their produce at the farm gate itself. So this is one. Second thing also, we kind of try to give them payments transparently. So iCart do not deal in cash. Technology help in giving the milk farmers, giving the commodity farmers, payment right in their bank account as the government DBT works. So these are few things on which the platform is proud to share that we are able to gain traction of the stakeholders. But I will say the problem is the limited connectivity. The problem is of cost of the service. The problem is the smartphone availability at every location. The problem is the age of my stakeholder. It's not the youngest of the lot. The problem is their own wisdom, which is fairly well when it comes to doing agriculture practices, but it also offers a lot of reluctance when we try and give them new practices, whether it is agriculture practice or any kind of technology which can help them market their produce or improve their productivity. So this is a bit from my side. I'll try and contribute more as the course of discussion progresses.
Thanks, Ashutosh. It is very interesting model which you are using for market access to the small farmers. I have one small query. It's not a question, but what you call, I have noticed what you have talked about. Is it a model only for market access for farmers, or you are providing smart technologies or modern technologies for their crop improvement?
Sir, it is both. We started ourselves as demand aggregation platform, but the stickiness or the usage will only be possible when we are directly working with FPOs and farmers at the field. So all good practices. So yes, we are not selling any input or any services in our brand. We work with partners. For inputs, we have so many partners. What all the requirement comes from the farmer or my agronomy team suggest. So that is getting available for them. My machine learning helped me provide the data analysis of the pattern, of the cost, of the market trend and all that. The platform also helped me understand the predictive analysis of the input requirement and the possible outputs. That's how we are able to engage on both sides rather than only providing them the market access.
Okay, thanks, Ashutosh. Pleasure talking to you.
Same here, sir.
Just Utkarsh, let me know how you contribute to bridging this gap of small farmers, particularly which are resource poor as compared to resource-rich farmers.
Sure, sir. So, we are a company, my company is Orite, and we are a dairy tech fintech company. We have so far within India digitized about 7,000 villages and working with more than about 3.5 lakh, 4 lakh farmers right now. And since these are dairy farmers, these are small and marginal farmers. So what we do is we help these bigger dairy giants like Amul, Ananda, Anchal, Lavin. We have 12, 15 such clients, and we're working across 12, 15 states within India right now, right from Uttarakhand to about Tamil Nadu. And we have digitized their milk procurement supply chain. It's a very hub and spoke model within India, unless, unlike US and Europe, there's a union. A union has various dairy plants in various states. Each plant has chilling centers. Chilling centers has collection centers under them. And at these collection centers, farmers come in morning, evening, and pour milk. What we have done is we have designed IoT devices which can connect to any hardware that is working right now at the collection center. These are designed specifically by us. And then we provide a mobile phone-based application to all the stakeholders within supply chain, starting right from the farmer. So the farmer has it, the person who's running the collection center, the Sahayak or the society secretary, that guy has it. The transporter has it, the chilling center guys have it, the factory people have it. And in certain cases, even the end consumers can get access to that kind of information. Now, what it does is it kind of digitizes the entire milk procurement supply chain. And how it helps the dairy companies is it helps them reduce the pilferage within the supply chain. There's lower adulteration, they get better quality milk. Farmers get to understand what is the right price for the milk that they're leading to, and they have a milk passbook. They get access to this application. They don't have to pay a single penny to us to use this application. And that, it kind of helps everyone within the supply chain to get the benefit out of it. The second thing that we do is we have created an ecosystem through this network now, where we provide farmers access to loans, insurances, help them, kind of withdraw cash from their bank accounts in the collection centers. We help them buy insurance out there. And, we also help them sell feed, fodder and silage out there. Now with silage, last couple of years, we have seen the dry Turi and Bhusa, the prices were like really skyrocketing, while silage was a very good alternative for this. But the way silage is sold in India is a small and a marginal farmer can't afford a big 20-tonner truck to get a silage, because that's about 1.5, 2 lakh rupees of silage. They would just have about 2 or 3 milching animals. So what we did was we made these Sahayaks our associates, our partners within the villages. So the farmers used to aggregate the orders with these Sahayaks. The Sahayaks used to place the order onto our application, and the producer, on the other hand, used to submit, used to fulfill these orders. We used to get, our commissions out of this, and the Sahayak at the grassroots level used to earn money out of that. And then the farmers used to get access to silage, which helped them improve the yield and the fat SNF of the milk content, thereby helping them get more money out of, the milk that they sell. And that's the use case of technology as to how this has to be, distributed within the supply chain. So this is what, we have done so far. We are now coming out with, we've just integrated ourselves with RBIH, is in the final legs right now. And this would also help the farmers, the dairy farmers, get access to loans, because whatever the productivity data there is, any bank, if a farmer is onto our network, they can go to the bank, of the underlying bank of the ULI, and they could say that they are a dairy farmer, and the bank would be able to pull their records of the dairy productivity through our API, and that could help them get access to better loans at a better ROI and all, which is a win-win for everyone within the supply chain. So as as we look at technology and as to how it could penetrate at the grassroots level, we have to look at all the stakeholders within the supply chain. What is the best way of reaching out to them? How can we build a support system for these small and marginal farmers, right at the grassroots level for someone, because it's the technology is new to them. They used to, as sir mentioned, that there is smartphone across rural India right now. But how can these smartphones help them improve their productivity, help them get access to better finances, can help them, get better insurance and everything, is through that supply chain. We have to see how do we digitize the supply chain, how do we make sure that all the stakeholders within the supply chain, gain out of the services that are being provided, and then create support groups for small and marginal farmers, someone they can reach out to in case they need to understand certain things within within the application or the digital technology that you have. Now, these small dairy farmers are also agriculture, farmers. They also have land and all. They have reached out to us that if we can help them provide, seeds, fertilizers, and all of them. And that's probably the next phase that we might go into, but it's very early for us to understand that. But you have to seed in the technology within the farmers' daily lives. Now, our application is open twice a day, every day, by every dairy farmer, because they pour in milk twice a day, every day. On every day we get about 3 to 4 lakh transactions, into our system, understanding, because that's how the milk collection is done. The dairy companies earn because the pilferage has gone down. They get access to more milk. They get access to better milk. That helps them improve their EBITDA. That's why they pay us. Sahayaks, they use our application because through that application they earn. Farmers use our application because they get access to insurance, feed, fodder, silage, loans, etc. from our application. So if you look at it, it's an ecosystem that we have created. And once you do that, that's then a win-win situation for a digital initiative to be integrated out there. Mr. Ram was talking in the morning about patience capital. And I think everything kind of revolves around it. It's been about 5 years we've been doing this, and now we're kind of seeing a lot of, stickiness of what we have thought of doing. This is now coming to life out there. So it's taken its own sweet time, but now once it is there, it's running really fast. And I'm very happy to say that 50% of dairy is unorganized sector. And now, since we have penetrated within UP a lot, there are unorganized sector players who started coming to us and asking for this digitization because they have seen the benefits of it. So even now, the unorganized sector is looking at it, and that's kind of bringing the rural India into organized finance, through the use of this technology.
Thank you. Utkarsh. It's a very good model of application of modern technology, digitization of dairy farming. Have you done any impact analysis of your IoT applications? How much farmer income is increased?
At the Sahayak level, we have done that, and when they're using our application through and through and all the features available, we have seen an increase of about 15 to 20,000 rupees per month for increase in income, with this. But at a dairy farmer level, we're still working with certain organizations to understand the impact, and we'll present those studies soon.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I request Anil Parikh ji. I would like you to focus on how do we have a financial model for small farming system to adapt to or access to these modern technologies like digitization, IoT, and other things? And do you have any model which can be applied to in Indian system?
Actually, sure, sir. Actually, good afternoon, everyone. And this session immediately after lunch, I know is the hardest one, especially after all those yummy jalebi, kheer, and all that. So I will try to, actually make it an interactive and interesting one. So I represent Leads Connect. So we are a group of company. I would like to take this opportunity to give you insight into our group. So we are part of the group company BL Agro, which is based out of Bareilly. They are a FMCG company. And apart from Leads Connect, which is a agri fintech company, we are also other organization. Lead Nextech is there, and you have heard Dr. Alok Mukherjee in the morning session, and again he would be presenting his inputs on technology in session. And then the latest addition to our fraternity is BL Kamdenu, which is again we are working into the milk value chain. Okay, so coming into straight to your questions are finance. As we all know that the importance of finance, it is the what you call the role of finance is somewhat akin to blood in our body. So finance is for any business. So when you talk about finance, the business is the natural progression. So wherever I go, I always try that whenever in my capacity we get an opportunity to talk to the farmer. So I always tell farmer to think like a farmerpreneur. I mean, farming should not be out of no choice. It should be taken as the profession. And I urge the young generation or the millennials to take up this farming. And if they make sure that they use the right technology and right information, then it can be a lucrative business model also. So we at Leads Connect are using technology, and as I've told you, we are agri fintech. So as far as our financial intervention with farmers are concerned, so like you have heard from Ashutosh and from Utkarsh, that the whole idea is to build a ecosystem, because it is extremely difficult to reach out to the individual farmer. And as we know that the technology adoption is the challenge at the individual farmer level, I would like to share a very funny anecdote which was shared by Mr. Shashank of Dehat. That Dehat, as we know, it's a premier agtech company. So when they launched their app, and that app was being downloaded, and when their people used to ask for OTP, so the farmer said, "Acha, ye to hamare saath jamtara karne wale ho. I will not share my OTP." So, these are the little incidents. So then they came out, and we are also working on that auto capture of OTP. This is a small thing, but it can really, create obstacle or hurdle at the ground level. So what we have done to win the trust and confidence of the farming community and to reach them and masses, we have taken the FPO route, because FPO, as we all know, is the farmer body in which all the members are of the farmer, and the trust issue won't be a problem. So that is there, and one end was approaching FPO is easier, and second is we have tied up with SBI, sir. SBI, we know, is the largest bank, public sector bank. So we are one of the largest and most successful banking associate with the SBI, in which we are giving loans to individual farmer as well as FPO, various loan under Government of India scheme like AIF, PMFME. So seeing is believing, and SBI have ensured that these partnership should not remain only on paper. And I'm happy to say that after our association, we have disbursed more than 80 crore of loan with SBI, and we don't charge any money from the farmer. Interest rate are least, and the most amazing thing is we help farmer and FPO even in preparation of project report, because many times, as we all know, that the dealing with the bank, the problem is, processing of file and all that. So we have brought in the various technological innovation, like a small thing, which I would not say small thing, it is a very important thing. It is called agriculture credit score. As we all know, like today, if you don't have a good CIBIL score, it will be a problem for you to, take out the loan from any financial institution. So same way, we have developed our proprietary algorithm to determine the agriculture credit score of the land. My colleague, Mr. Bharat Satyapalli, would be talking about this in the sessions. So, sir, using our technology, we are using GIS, remote sensing, and our proprietary AI/ML algorithm. We can calculate the agriculture credit score, which will help all the lending institute, whether it is NBFC, whether it's a bank or any other organization, to tell about the, you can say, the health of that particular land parcel, and it is hyper local. That is the beauty of the organization. So agriculture credit score is there. Then, as I told you, that we are bringing the technology in processing in the file, and like Utkarsh was saying, just to overcome the trust issue, we have also adopted the Phygital model, which Ashutosh was talking about. Phygital is physical plus digital. So we have our own technological platform called Agrani, that is the app. So we have different module, and interesting is the Agrani Sati, that is the same, sir, village level entrepreneur. So apart from helping the farmer, we are generating the livelihood or the income generation opportunity for rural youth, in which they can be trained to pass on various knowledge to farmer about input, about finance, about the market linkage. And same way, we are helping farmers by using the technology in procurement. And these are the innovative finance model. Then we at Leads Connect were also using the parametric insurance. So as we all know that when you talk about the insurance, the only thing is the settlement process. So parametric insurance is using technology, the settlement of claim are faster. In case of any crop failure, in case of any net cat event, there are certain thresholds are there. So once those thresholds are broken or reached, you need not to file any claim physically. Straight away that money straight away credited into the farmer's account. So this is the use of technology what we are doing, sir.
Thank you. I have just small query. Do you have a tripartite agreement with the SBI, farmer, and your company? Or is there any other way of collaboration?
Yes, sir. There is no tripartite agreement between the farmer, SBI, and the company, but there is a agreement between SBI and Leads Connect, which is as per the SOP of Reserve Bank of India, which clearly stipulates and protect the interest of the farmer. Means that we cannot charge any processing fee or any other direct or indirect charges from the farmer, and that rate of interest is same whether they directly go to the branch or whether they go through the Leads Connect. The advantage when they go with through the Leads Connect is our feet on ground, that is the Agrani Sati or the VLE or our team. They help them in projecting the report so that the first of all, time taken is less and the success rate ratio is very high. So speed at which they get the loan. And then, of course, as I told you, that there are various schemes, AIF, PME. So apart from these simple KCC loan and all that, we assist them in preparation the project report for small dairy farm, poultry farm, honey bee farm, dal mill, rice mill, flour mill, all those. Yeah, we get the commission from SBI, sir. So SBI is what they are doing. We are, you can say, it's a typical BC model. It's a typical BC model. So we are a natural extension of SBI.
What about if the repayment is not done by farmers? Generally, farmer waits for government waiving the loan.
Actually, sir, there's a very pertinent question. But what happens is then the bank have their own mechanism is there. But today also, sir, I can tell you one thing based upon my personal experience. Farmer also knows that, if he does not pay loan on time, then the chances of, getting the other scheme and all that would be at risk. And when he sees that at the end of the day, it is always, cost benefit. So we also try to tell him that if you pay well in time, your credit score improves, and then next year maybe your, you can say the credit limit would be enhanced. Actually, sir, it varies from product to product. For like the Kisan credit card, we all know it is 7.5% with a interest subvention of 4% that is there. And then there are various schemes like ABAL, asset-backed agricultural loan. So those are as per the SBI things, sir. And in case of those various projects like maybe the dal mill or maybe the other thing, the rate varies from product to product, but they are much less as compared to first other private sector bank, and second, of course, the NBFC.
Thank you, Anilji. Sure. Yeah. Now I come to Mr. B.G. Gupta. Your experience is very vast in this area, particularly in governing the situations of this kind. Now, I want you to focus on how do we promote these new technologies to small farming system? What will be the governance structure for that? And how can this program can be very successful?
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My task has been made very simple by Dr. Kulkarni, asking me to focus on the governance part of it. There are a few issues that come to my mind. One is, unless we are able to cover the entire life cycle of the crop, it will be very difficult. It's not only the marketing part. I mean, we know that lots of companies and lots of other organizations are in helping farmers to market their products. What about the seeds? What about the fertilizers? Or what about the pesticides, insecticides, and those kinds of things? And today's time, when we are in 2024, technologies are available. I think next session will be focusing more on the technologies, but we must understand that one simple technology like IoT, which has varieties of sensors which are available to it, can help us a lot to help the farmers at the end of the day. That's one part. The second part is demonstration. I mean, many farmers or farming organizations or their associations or small groups, they are reluctant to use new technologies, whether they are in terms of pesticides, insecticides, or even IT technologies. They are reluctant to use it. So what we'll have to do it, what used to be done long back when chemical fertilizers being promoted by the government. We'll have to have corner plots or a demonstration plot, whatever name you want to give them, where the companies, private sector companies will have to make investment. Okay, that expenditure has to be considered as an investment for tomorrow. If we don't do that, we'll not be able to cover the entire agri, ecosystem, but unless we remove that disbelief or that kind of dependence on the technology. So demonstration plots in a village or in a group of village, you take some place from the farmer and apply technologies there. Do whatever you are selling or whatever you want to do in that plot, and let the farmers come and see the difference between their own and the one that is being managed by you. That is second part. The third part is, you will have to make friends with two types of persons in agriculture. One are the agronomists, because agronomists are the basis of entire agriculture. Okay, right from starting with the seed to the crop and to the mending of the crop, fertilization, everything. They are. So you will have to make friends with them. They will be the one who will be advocating this technology to the farmers. Another person or a group of persons which is also very, very important in making, we are calling it a democratizing agriculture technology. So to democratize, that means to spread all over. Another very important link is the extension agent. All state governments have positions like extension agents. I think we'll have to make friends with them also, because they are the best friends, supposed to be the best friends of the farmers. Now, if a best friend's advice is better taken than anybody else, because when I go as a private company, the farmer looks me with a suspicious eye. He says, okay, he has come to make money from me. But when the extension agent goes and advocates certain technologies, certain new ways of doing it for entire life cycle, it's not only the marketing part. Okay, then the situation is entirely different. So these are the two focal points. I think all of us, those who are in this area of providing or making technology available to them, we'll have to focus in these two areas. Third thing is, of course, they are all, what we heard in the morning and now, and possibly in the next session also we are going to hear, is the usage of the infrastructure which is already available. Kulkarni Sahab said in the beginning itself that all farmers have a smartphone. How much are we using it? That is the point. Because a smartphone is not given by you, by government, by anybody. They own that. Okay. Now, only thing you have to make available useful information to them. And how can you make use? I remember a case, I think about 10 years or a little bit older than that, where when Ministry of Science and Technology started helping fishing farming communities around the coast. The biggest problem that those fishermen were finding was right in the morning, 3:30 or 4 o'clock, they will get up, go to the shore, sit down in their boat, and first thing they will ask, where do I go? How much distance should I go? Which direction should I go? So that when I come back, my boat is full of fish. And we know that there is no definite place where you can find the fish every day. Now, this is where Ministry of Science and Technology was helping them. Through the satellites, they were finding out where are the fish schools existing at that moment. And this information was being given to the farmers at that point, 10 years ago, for a price. Because the farmer had to become a member of this group, and now the situation is entirely different. We still have much better technologies which are available to us, whether it is a kind of, forecast for the rain, maybe forecast for certain disease breaks, maybe availability of the seeds, maybe the market price, maybe the, transportation system, all the bits, small bits of the entire agriculture ecosystem will have to be focused on, and this information has to be provided. Channels are there. Only thing, where is the information? Where is the willingness to provide that information to the farmers? And believe me, sir, ladies, that if we do that, we'll make friends with the farmers. And I think that is our all objective, that we make friends with the farmers so that they become, they make money, and in turn, we also make money. Okay. I think this is all, sir, I would like to say.
Yeah, I want to know about, you rightly said that we have to reach to the farmers through agronomists or extension workers and all. But many of the agronomists and extension workers, they themselves are not aware of this modern digitization of agriculture.
Agree, sir.
So how do we reach to them, and how do we train to them?
Yeah, I think we'll have to have a list of those people who are around in that area where we want to operate, and bring them together, maybe for a cup of tea. That's what I said, the private sector will have to make investment. Another thing, I am not very sure how many people from the government sitting here, but my suggestion will be, let us not depend on the government machinery much. It's slow. And the problem what Kulkarni sir is saying is persists there much more than in the private sector, within the farmers. Those supposed to be the highly educated people around, they may not be so much aware of the technology. So we'll have to get together those people, train them, they make that investment. This is an investment for the future. Okay. So this is my suggestion, sir.
Very right.
Sir.
They are doing marketing in that particular area.
but the central agents whom they have employed are not there.
Trained.
Getting the confidence of the farmer.
That's the point.
Well, sir, I
Lack
would,
of knowledge at their place.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would like to add here, sir, like actually again, you very rightly have said many a time, the extension worker themselves, even from the government, they are not aware of what is happening. Actually, I think something on, like the PPP mode can be worked out, because one thing I would like to, because actually I work with the government and at the grassroots input companies and all that. See, the government at irrespective of any state,
yes,
they have very, would say, the deeply entrenched extension network is there.
Yes.
And they have what you call, Atma,
Yes.
ATM, that is Agriculture Technological Mission is there. Then Director Extension is there, and at every Gram Panchayat level, or I would say even at the village level, they have some, like the dedicated people are there. So the whole idea is, and once in a month, they all meet at their respective headquarters to take the salary.
Yes.
So like earlier I had my input companies, what we used to do, we used to, on that particular day, we used to sponsor some event, like the lunch, coffee, samosa party, and then we can talk about the technology.
Exactly.
So best of both the worlds, sir.
Yes.
Private as well as the corporate as well as the government.
Thank you.
Can I share a small use case also, taking the discussion forward from Victor sir?
Yeah, please.
So,
Sorry?
can I share a use case also, taking what Gupta sir has just shared? How the private companies and all need to invest here and ensure that a demonstration should be there so that a trust can be built and all. With 500 farmers, we are working in hills of Pune. And when we started 4 years back, we were trying to get GAP certification for our practices in that area. And we kind of reached out to these women of that particular area and explained them the importance of the GAP certification, the importance of use of poly houses for the exotic vegetable growth and all, and how we can make a better reward mechanism out of this particular agriculture practice. So it took us at least 6 months to 1 year to make them understand. Till the time we did not invest in seeds, in poly houses, in temperature control mechanism, and also help them understand that after this particular thing, we will install a cutting, chopping, and a cooling plant nearby, which will there also people from your household will go and employ it, and we started reaching out to Domino's, Pizza Huts, these kind of players, and now from Goa to Mumbai, at least 30% of such exotic vegetables are being supplied by our chain. This has got ripple effect, and in 4 years we are able to cater most of the travel lounges, Sapphire, Devyani beverages, Subways, and all of that. So yes, I really agree. If a little investment can be made, and that can become a part of the entire business mechanism. This should be part of the entire ROI, and that's how the initial investment will bring you better results and more stickiness and acceptance from the farmers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you very
good.
much.
Very good.
Saxena ji, I would like to come to you at the last. Let me know how NGOs and other collaborations can help in implementing these modern technologies for smart farming.
Thank you, Doctor. And good afternoon to all the people on the dais, off the dais. हिंदी में भी बोल सकते हैं क्योंकि दिल से जो आवाज निकलती है वो हिंदी में निकलती है, जो दिमाग से निकलती है वो अंग्रेजी में निकलती है।
दिल से बोलिए।
सबसे पहले तो मेरा आप सब लोगों से, I'll not take too much time because I have only 3 points to make. My first point is कि मैं सबसे एक ही अनुरोध करता हूँ कि इस देश में जहां हमने जन्म लिया है सिर्फ 2% लैंड है, 4% पानी है और 144 करोड़ की आबादी है, और जहां पे हमारे अन्नदाता, एग्रीकल्चरल साइंटिस्ट एंड ऑल द इकोसिस्टम व्हाट वी हैव is feeding 85 crore people free ration. ये क्या गर्व का विषय नहीं है देश के लिए? और इस बात के लिए मैं चाहूंगा आप लोग तालियां बजाएं उन किसानों के लिए जिन्होंने भारत को हर क्षेत्र में, we are either number 1 और number 2, लेकिन चुनौती कहाँ पे है? उसके पहले मैं 2 अनुरोध आपसे करना चाहता हूं कि जो ये डेमोक्रेटाइजिंग है, आज कम्युनिकेशन के क्षेत्र में सबके पास वही मोबाइल है, चाहे धीरूभाई, चाहे मुकेश अंबानी हो, चाहे गांव का किसान, सबके पास इक्वलाइजेशन हुआ ना। आज डिस्पैरिटी, इनइक्वालिटी इस बात की है कि किसी के पास खेत ज्यादा है, किसी के पास खेत कम है, किसी के पास खेत बिल्कुल नहीं है। टेक्नोलॉजी जो है ये एक ऐसी चीज है जो सबको समान रूप पे ले आती है, शिक्षा भी सबको समान रूप पे ले आती है। और वहां पे जो आज QR कोड आया, ये भी तो एक हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी की देन है कि QR कोड के जरिए आप पेमेंट कहीं भी कर सकते हैं। तो आज एग्रीकल्चर में वन साइज फिट ऑल, भारत इतना विशाल देश है कि वन साइज फिट ऑल तो चलता नहीं है। कहा जरूर जाता है कि भाई वेस्ट इज मोर डेवलप्ड, adaptation of technology is faster in the western part of India or northern part of India and east is lagging behind. लेकिन अब जो परिवर्तन हुए हैं उनमें जो आशा की किरण जो जग रही है, और इसको मैं चाहूंगा सभी लोग ध्यान से कि आज हमें वैल्यू क्रिएट करना है बाय इंक्रीजिंग प्रोडक्टिविटी। प्रोडक्टिविटी में प्रोडक्शन नहीं है, प्रोडक्टिविटी में है रिसोर्स यूजेज, कम पानी से, कम जमीन में, कम उर्वरक से ज्यादा उत्पादन कैसे हो। और उसमें ये टेक्नोलॉजी जो है आज जिस चीज की हम लोग चर्चा कर रहे हैं, ये बहुत ही मददगार सिद्ध हो रही है। आने वाले समय में कि जो डिजिटल डिवाइड की जहां तक बात है, ये नहीं रहेगी, क्योंकि हम लोग बाउंड्री लेस वर्ल्ड में रह रहे हैं। जहां चीज कंज्यूम होगी वहां प्रोड्यूस होगी, उसका ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कम से कम होगा। अब जो आता है कि हमारा NGO क्या करता है, करीब 30 साल उस संस्था को डाबर के द्वारा प्रतिपादित थी, आयुर्वेद रिसर्च फाउंडेशन, जिसका उद्देश्य है कृषि एवं पशुपालन को जोड़ना। जो लैंडलेस फार्मर हैं, मार्जिनल फार्मर हैं, स्मॉल फार्मर हैं, उनको इनेबल करना कि वो रोज की आमदनी दूध से, हफ्ते की आमदनी सब्जी उगा के, महीने की आमदनी मुर्गी पालन करके, तालाब अपने गांव के रिवाइव करके मछली पालन करके 3 महीने में फसल तैयार होगी। अर्थात एक ऐसी प्रणाली जो भारतवर्ष में होती थी, जिससे किसान सबसे ज्यादा समृद्ध और आत्मनिर्भर रहता था, चाहे उसकी भोजन की आवश्यकता हो, ऊर्जा की आवश्यकता हो, उसके अपने खेत की उर्वरा शक्ति को बनाए रखने की आवश्यकता हो। नाबार्ड संस्था हमारी सबसे बड़ी पार्टनर है। वेस्टर्न यूपी, हरियाणा, ईस्टर्न यूपी और जो ट्राइबल एरियाज हैं, क्योंकि ट्राइबल के पास भी टेक्नोलॉजी है, ज्ञान है, उसी 3 चीज का मिश्रण करके नॉलेज, साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी किसानों तक पहुंचाने का काम हमारी संस्था करती है। इसमें FPOs हैं जिनको हम बनाते हैं, उन्हें इनेबल करते हैं, उनके जो प्रोड्यूस होते हैं उनको कनेक्ट कराते हैं B2B मॉडल में, और इस काम को सिर्फ इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि आने वाले समय में जहां एक और चुनौती है, दूसरी ओर बहुत अवसर है कि हर गांव, आप कल्पना कीजिए स्विट्जरलैंड कितना छोटा है, क्या वहां पे डेयरी इतनी डेवलप होती अगर सोच ना होती? आज नेस्ले कंपनी वहीं स्विट्जरलैंड की हेडक्वार्टर्ड है, आज कैडबरी वहां की हेडक्वार्टर्ड है। आज हर गांव जो इस समय हमारे नवयुवक और युवतियां हैं, वो डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी के थ्रू जो रिवॉल्यूशन ला रही हैं, जिसमें पानी की बचत, सॉइल हेल्थ का इम्प्रूवमेंट, ओवर यूज ऑफ फर्टिलाइजर, इसमें केवल जो एक मुझे अवरोध दिखता है कि हम लोग नैरेटिव्स बना लेते हैं कि ऑल केमिकल्स आर बैड। अरे बिना केमिकल के हमारा शरीर नहीं चलेगा तो जमीन कहाँ चलेगी? प्रोटीन में नाइट्रोजन है, बिना नाइट्रोजन की प्रोटीन अभी तक किसी ने आविष्कार नहीं किया है, ना करने का प्रयास करना चाहिए। तो अगर सॉइल में नाइट्रोजन नहीं होगा तो डॉक्टर साहब कहाँ से जो है वो प्रोटीन होगी? एनर्जी क्रॉप्स। अब आप देखिए आज जो किसानों को अवसर हमने दिए, अपने गांव के तालाब को रिवाइव करो, कार्बन फार्मिंग करो। सोलर फार्मिंग सब जानते हैं कि वेस्ट लैंड है, सोलर पैनल लगा दो, एनर्जी हार्वेस्टिंग करो। लेकिन कार्बन की फार्मिंग भी वो कर सकते हैं यदि उनको सही ज्ञान है कि हम कंपोस्टिंग किस तरीके से करें। सॉइल इज नॉट a non-living substance, it is not a dead substance, but it is living. But how to keep it alive? उसके लिए उनको संसाधन चाहिए, ज्ञान चाहिए, ये टूल चाहिए, ये सेंसर चाहिए, ये जो है डिजिटल इक्विपमेंट चाहिए। और सरकार भी इस ओर प्रयासरत है। और हमारा ऐसा मानना है कि आने वाले समय में न्यू एज एग्रीकल्चर जो होगा 2030 में, जब हमारी आबादी 148 करोड़ होगी और हमारी इन सब चीजों की जो डिमांड बहुत बढ़ जाएगी, चाहे वो दुग्ध उत्पादन हो, अन्न उत्पादन हो, मछली, मुर्गा, अंडा, और जो हमारा सपना है कि भारत में क्षमता है जो $5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी का, उस पे हंसना नहीं चाहिए, उसके ऊपर विचार करना चाहिए। और 2047 का विकसित भारत, डेवलप्ड इंडिया should be the dream of every Indian, every youth, everyone who will be there, who will not be there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Saxena ji. आपने बहुत दिल से बताया, बहुत।
मेरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का नाम है एग्रीलिव रिसर्च फाउंडेशन, ARF के नाम से जाना जाता है। पहले इसको आयुर्वेद रिसर्च फाउंडेशन बोलते थे, अभी इसको एग्रीलिव रिसर्च फाउंडेशन बोलते हैं। और एग्रीकल्चर और लाइफ स्टॉक इज द बैकबोन, टू साइड ऑफ द कॉइन व्हिच रिप्रेजेंट आवर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन।
Thank you very much, Saxena. I think we are coming at the end of this session. We had very good discussion. All the panelists have contributed very nicely, and I'm sure the audience also have felt it very interesting. I will leave it question and answers
No,
to
sir, we don't have time.
later on during tea or coffee or at the end. Or offline also, you can write to organizers. Thank you very much. Thank you, organizers, for giving me this opportunity to moderate this session.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for wonderfully moderating this session. I would request our session moderator, Dr. Kulkarni, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to our panelists. We present to Mr. Utkarsh Kapoor, CEO and co-founder, Cuboid IoTech. Thank you very much indeed, sir. We present to Mr. Anil Parikh, Chief Strategy Officer, Leads Connect Services Private Limited. We present to Dr. MJ Saxena, MD Ayurved. And to Mr. BG Gupta, Advisor IT Applications in Business and Government. May I request Dr. Radhika to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude to our distinguished moderator. And ladies and gentlemen, we would request everybody to kindly remain seated as we are now straight away moving into the next panel discussion session. May I request for a group photograph, please? May I request for a group photograph? And we straight away move to the next panel discussion. Just give us some minutes while we arrange the talk table for the next session.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
The next panel discussion is on precision farming, the convergence of drones, GIS, IoT, and AI. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege in inviting our distinguished moderator for this session, Dr. Radhika Trikha, CEO, IIT Ropar, TIF Awadh. Let's welcome ma'am onto the stage. Also have the privilege of inviting our eminent panelist. I invite Dr. Anurag Singh from NIT Delhi. I invite Mr. Nitin Prajapati, Director, Chief of Products, Omagri RPA Agriculture Infrastructure and Solutions Private Limited. I invite Mr. Roy Postego, Trade Specialist, Peru Embassy. Warm welcome. I invite Professor Alka Arora, ICAR, ISRI. I invite Mr. Sumer Singh Johal, Linux Foundation, who would be joining us virtually. I invite Dr. Rabi N. Sahu, Principal Scientist, IARI. So, ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome to our third panel discussion of the day at the India Digital Agriculture Conference 2024. This session, titled Precision Farming, the Convergence of Drones, GIS, IoT, and AI, represents the future of agriculture, where technology is not just an enabler, but a driver of transformation. This session will explore how drones, the Geographic Information System, that is GIS, the Internet of Things, IoT, and artificial intelligence, AI, are converging to revolutionize the farming practices, enhance productivity, and ensure more efficient use of resources. We will be hearing from our industry leaders and experts who will discuss the challenges, opportunities, and innovations shaping precision farming in India. And to lead this important discussion, we have with us Dr. Radhika Trikha, who is CEO of IIT Ropar, TIF Awadh, and who has been at the forefront of innovation and technology in agriculture. So we are looking forward to an engaging and insightful conversation on how precision farming can shape the future of the Indian agriculture. And may I hand over to Dr. Radhika Trikha to kindly moderate this session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we are into the second half of our day. I hope so. You all had a very insightful session since morning, and sumptuous lunch was also there. So we are into the most important panel, I can say that, where we are talking about what is in digital agriculture mission. So one of the very important aspect is definitely precision farming, in which precision agriculture we are going to talk about how the emerging technologies such as drone technologies, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, GIS, they are going to play a major role. And I'm really happy to see the panel where we have a combination from the industry, from our international insights that we will get from your side, sir. And then we have participation from the academic institute and also from the research institutes. So this panel will give us a glimpse what actually precision agriculture is all about, and then how we have to join hands together so that whatever is developed at an academic institute and at the industry and at the research institutes can be handheld by the industry and taken to the ground. So with this, I first start with you, Sahuji, where we want to know what is your take on precision agriculture? What is the future of precision agriculture in India?
Thank you. Yeah. Very good evening to all of you, and thank you, Dr. Radhika, to call us to have a interaction and a discussion on precision farming. You know why at all we should go for precision farming, why that word has come to India, though it has been there since long with the developed countries. Precision means how to bring the precision and accuracy with respect to input use efficiency. And the previous session has been talked all about that.
I can just interrupt for a second only. So before we talk about the question that has been posed, it would be great if you talk about your journey in precision agriculture, and then it would be better if we relate to each other.
Because of the time constraint, I didn't give my introduction. So I am from Indian Agriculture Research Institute, leading a network program on precision agriculture with 16 research institutes in country that is in short called NEPA. So it is starting from the lab conditions to the field conditions. We are trying to bring precision starting from sowing to harvest and also to the consumer. And not only on the soils and crops, also for the livestock and also aquaculture. So this is a very ambitious program funded by Indian Council of Agricultural Research, very closely monitored by Honorable Prime Minister's Office. So this is what in brief, and my expertise is on remote sensing, starting from the ground, especially a hyperspectral remote sensing, then drone remote sensing, and also, of course, satellite remote sensing. So we have all kind of technology with us, looking at all those commodities, basically, mostly rice and wheat for the marginal holders. You know, the rice and wheat coverage in India. And we look at the commercial crop like cotton right now, and also we look for vegetables like mango, and also some of those fruit and vegetable is capsicum and tomato, how we can bring precision with respect to vertical farming, using artificial light source and also sensors, fertigations. And we are trying to develop low-cost sensors with respect to IoTs, Internet of Things, and also we developed our own mechanism of Internet of Drones, using latest technology of 5G and also edge computing. So this is what in brief I would like to talk, and I think with respect to the other part is the data analytics. My colleague Alka is here, so we are the partner with respect to that. By out of 16 research institutes, one is the ISRI, what Dr. Alka is working on. So the question what you raise is with respect to precision agriculture in India, how to enhance the input use efficiency, bring the sustainability, better production in terms of not maximization, other optimizations, and also the safe environment for the future generation. So these are the three key purposes for which we should go for the precision agriculture. And the challenges are many. I think previous session has been dealt much about that. What are the concerns with us? The approach is two. One is how genetically we can improve the efficiency for the potential production system. That is what high throughput phenomics, that's what the genomics, genome editing, genetic engineering, all those plant scientists, they have been working all around the country and the globe. How potentially we can increase that. That's what a wonderful facility we have, huge facility we have with us, again, inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister. Second part is how we can bring precision with respect to the variations in the field itself, making it tailored practices as and when required, as per the community, as per the farmer. So this is what requirement of the day, but main purpose is all those 5 R's, enhancing the input use. That's what the main. Thank you.
Wonderful. And this is what we all have to focus together, not only from the research institute or from the ICAR side, but also the engineering institutes like ours, like IITs and from NITs itself. So it's that we have to focus on these areas, and amalgamation of various disciplines is required. So with this, I move to our next panelist, Alka ji. If you can just give a brief introduction of yourself, and then how you see that ICAR is going to play a major role in setting the benchmark for precision agriculture in the country. In the morning, we listen to Suniti ji, where we emphasize that we do not have standards for precision agriculture right now. When we talk about smart agriculture, digital agriculture, well-defined standards are not there. Saying that they are not there, they are there, but they are not well-defined. As an industry or a startups, when they have to look for whether this technology or IoT sensors we are building, the whole cycle we are building, but we do not find the proper set of standards that has to be implemented. So I want to take your insights into how you see that ICR is going to play an important role in this. Over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. All the participants of the dais and my fellow panelists on the dais. Thank you, Dr. Radhika, for this wonderful opportunity to interact with all the stakeholders. And as you have asked, because like my fellow colleague has said, I belong to ICR and I'm representing ISRI, which is Indian Agricultural Statistics Research Institute, which is our sister organization of IRI and a prestigious institution of ICR. And we are working in the three major disciplines: agriculture, statistics, bioinformatics, and computer applications. So these are the three social sciences or the application domains area of the ICR. But otherwise, ICR is working with the major more than 26 disciplines, I can say. And as far as the ICR is concerned, we have a very vast network of more than 100 ICR institutions. We have a network of state agriculture universities, which is more than 75. And then we have a larger networks of KVK, Krishi Vigyan Kendras, which is more than 730 or 750, I'll say, which is located in each and every district of India. So you can say it is the largest network. We call it as a NARS system, which is the largest in Asia. And now, coming from such a wonderful organization, and you have talked of how we are planning as an ICR, as an organization, we are planning to take the precision agriculture, or what are the steps we have taken in the area of precision agriculture. So right now, like my fellow colleague, Dr. Sahu, who is with me, he's leading the precision agriculture project, NEPA, which is the project which has been taken up by the ICR and which is a very prestigious project we have talked of. Under this particular project, a lot of initiatives has been taken up as far as the drone is concerned, as far as the IoT interventions are concerned, and very promising results we have obtained. One or two models I remember, and rest Dr. Sahu can compliment me with the same. Like eCrop is one model which has been taken up or which has come up as far as the precision agriculture is come, which is there. Another insightful which I could get now is there was a news recently from the CMFRI, which is another organization of ICR, Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute, CMFRI Kochi. There also, if you people have heard, recently with the help of the drone technology, they are able to identify some of the very rare species of dolphins in this ocean region. So these are some of the examples, but we have dedicated institutions. Like IRI, we have got a very good lab as far as the IoT is concerned, robotics is concerned. Dr. Sahu is leading that particular lab. And then we have the lab for the big data also, which we are running at IRI itself. Other than we have an institution like CIAE, which is situated at Bhopal, which is leading our IoT initiative. And the same time, now coming back to my organization, ISRI, which I'm talking of, we are leading mainly in the analytics part. So as far as the analytics and AI part is concerned, we are mainly working with the imaging data, with the AI part. So I see as a precision agriculture as a way to generate data, like IoT as a mean, drone as a mean to generate data. But then comes the AI, which is the core of all, you can say the heart of these technologies, which is sitting on top of it, and then doing the analytics part, going for the precision agriculture. So rather than going for the blanket applications, we are going for a thoughtful application in a optimized manner, be it irrigation, be it scheduling and everything. So I would like to highlight one application here, which is AI DISC, which has been developed by our organization ISRI. That is an artificial intelligence-based disease identification system for crops. So in this particular app, AI DISC, which is available at the Android Play Store, in which we are working with now more than 20 crops. So already for the 50 diseases, the models are there, and we are working for the disease as well as for the pest identification part on the same. Other than this also, we have got a very good application as far as like Kisan Sarathi is there, which is another prominent application in which the farmers are basically, in which we have done the, you can say, network with all KVKs, Krishi Vigyan Kendra, which is available at the district level, their presence at the district level, which is another kind of a precision, I will not say precision agriculture, very good networking, I will say, because in this, the farmers are basically calling the KVK expert for their problems, and then they are getting the solutions. So in this, the system has been developed in collaboration with MITI, DIC, and which we are working. And then as and when the experts are available, they are their calls are getting answered. Otherwise, at a later time, at for the convenience, they are sending the messages. So now the two-way communication and even the AI part is now being built into that particular application. Along with that, we have the Kisan call center data, which is very huge in size. So for the Kisan call center data also, we have come up with the KCC Chakshu, which is an application which has been developed by ISRI, which has got a lot of AI basically models built into it, which is giving insights into how the pest infestation are happening, where the pest infestation are happening, where the hot zones are there, from which particular area the major queries are coming up. For this, predictions are being made, like this is the likely time when we are going to get the more number of queries, or on this particular commodity, we are going to get the more number of queries. So these are the areas in which we are working. And then we have got very good repository like Krishi repository, which you can say it is a repository of all the agricultural information, be it in terms of publication, be it in terms of technology, and like this. So this is the prominent applications of ICR, which I could recollect now and I have shared with you. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
Let's say when we have these kind of apps with the ICR, in terms of each of the passwords, is that virtually done or is it like farmers are, what is the way you communicate with the farmers?
Yeah, like ours is a research organization. So as far as the implementation is concerned, like one application, Kisan Sarathi, I have talked of, with the help of KVKs, we are reaching to the farmers. So this app has got the built-in integrations in which they can talk to the KVK expert. Similarly, for the other mechanism like AI Disk I have talked of, for this AI Disk, we have signed the MOUs. MOUs with Okra, we have signed the MOU with NABARD. We have gone in a big way with NPSS, National Pest Surveillance System, in which was recently inaugurated by our Honorable Minister, in which our AI Disk models are being integrated and we are reaching out to the farmers. So using ministries with the various stakeholders, with other organizations, this is our mechanism to reach out to the farmers. Yeah, we do. Yeah, with MOU, we are doing with the private, and we look forward to such partnerships. Dr. Rao, we would like to supplement.
If I can just add to his question, that was what I was about to ask. Like ICR is doing such a magnificent work and they have developed number of technologies that are very, very beneficial. But how we connect it to the industry, that is one. Then second, how to connect with startups. Are we seeing the startups as our deployment agents on the ground? So what is your take? I mean, what is ICR take, and you being the head of NEPA, how you see this will create an impact? What is the chain of stakeholders that we need to bring in?
So without private, without startup, nothing is possible. So at the very moment I say, always we are keen to work with them, and we have been working. With respect to ICR, we have 800 plus startups working with us on different aspects. With respect to precision agriculture, almost 86 plus companies who are working with us in IRI. And we have many institutes, like IR is one like that. We have a NAM, we have many other ICR national institutes where we have Zonal Technology Management Unit and BPD. So there we incubate the startups, even if starting from T1, T2, 3, T9, we take up with a different program we have, starting from zero funding to 25 lakhs we start with. We just do hand-holding. And I have been mentoring many startups with respect to soil, with respect to drone technology, with respect to data analytics, all related to sensors in IR itself. So always we look forward to see if at all we can work with the startup, because we are all in forward only, because we are the research organizations. If at all you look for the farmer, we can't do anything unless until we tie up with you. Second part is we need to work with the also technology institutes like IITs. So otherwise, because we have certain limitations, we have domain expertise with respect to domain we are working. I'm not man in all subjects. So that's what the requirement, so that we can indigenously develop those technologies and scale up in a big way. You asked a very big question with respect to standardization. I think country is working on standardization with respect to starting from the data, metadata, sensors, whatever you are going to involve in terms of precision agriculture. Coming back to the drone, you know now how the standardization has been made. Many on the public domain is available in Ministry of Agriculture. What are the SOPs for the drone flying, drone pesticide spraying, liquid fertilizer spraying, even if drone beyond all these applications, imaging to spraying to what are the other possible applications. So these are all standards. Already SOPs have been standardized. Mr. Smith is not here, but we have been doing that from the Ministry of Agriculture. Same also for the soil. Like we are developing digital soil mapping. You know, soil health card program of the country, how challenging it is. So how quickly we can get the soil health, that's what the SOPs we are trying to do, starting from weight chemistry to the sensor based. Same also pest and disease, already Dr. Alka has told. Same also with respect to fishery, like there are different technologies like IIT Jammu, IIT Jodhpur, we have been working on the computer vision, like how we can do fish phenotyping, identifying the diseases, and also quality monitoring. So there are many products already we have come out with. If anybody is keen to see all those right now, lively, 15th we are on the Bharat Mandapam on the IMC Indian Mobile Congress, and stall number is going to be 2.25A. Almost all technologies we are putting over there. So you can visit there and see. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. So our Indian Mobile Congress is just few days left for that, and that will display, and we from IITs, from the mission, we are also presenting. That would be great platform. So it's an open invitation for all of you to join us at Indian Mobile Congress, where we would be displaying the digital technologies, not only in field of communication, but also in the field of agriculture, where we will see number of technologies being displayed. So let me route now to the other side of the stakeholders. We had a view from the research institutes. Let's get back to the industry. So how you see the future of precision agriculture? That is the first question. And the second question is that how you see it is going to be a profit-making market for you, and then how you want to involve all the stakeholders from the research and the academic institutes to be part of it. And before that, I also welcome Mr. Sunil Singh Johal from Linux Foundation. He has joined virtually with us, and I will get back to you after once we have inputs from it. Thank you. Welcome here.
First of all, I introduce for my company. OMAGRI is working as an agri-tech company. In collaboration with ISROSEC, we are developing a satellite-based model to crop identification, sowing date detection, crop health, crop stress, and whatever the pest and disease identification, that type of model we are developed and now implementing in the field. So ये सारे मॉडल्स हमने डेवलप कर लिए हैं और हम कर रहे हैं काम इसके लिए कि एंड यूजर जो फार्मर है वहां तक एक टेक्नोलॉजी उसको पहुंचे, और नॉट ओनली वो पार्ट की जहां पर हम क्या कर रहे हैं कि टेक्नोलॉजी तो वन साइड डेवलप हो रही है कि एक लेवल पर आ रही है, लेकिन यूजर को क्या चाहिए, एग्जैक्ट रिक्वायरमेंट, फार्मर को क्या चाहिए, वो हम डिटेक्ट करके उसको पहुंचा रहे हैं ना। हम जैसे एडवाइजरी की बात कर रहे हैं, दूसरी सारी टेक्नोलॉजीज की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन फार्मर की नीड क्या है। मोस्ट ऑफ जो भी है इनपुट्स पे ज्यादा भार देते हैं, लेकिन फार्मर्स इनपुट यूज कर रहा है तो इनपुट्स का तो उसको नॉलेज है, ठीक है। मोस्ट ऑफ जो भी एग्रीटेक कंपनियां भी काम कर रही है वो मार्केट प्लेस में, उनका एक ही टारगेट होता है कि इनपुट जाए, तो वहां पर एक्सेस यूज होता है, मोर देन 40% एक्सेस यूज होता है, तो उससे फार्मर यूज कर रहा है। ऐसा भी नहीं कि टेक्नोलॉजी में जो हम फेस कर रहे हैं कि फार्मर को सब पता है, अब ऐसा नहीं कि फार्मर इज नॉट फुलिश, तो फार्मर को सब पता है, तो उसको राइट ट्रैक में उसको जो चाहिए वो हमें सर्व करना है, और उसके लिए हम काम कर रहे हैं कि उसको जो चाहिए, लाइक उसको एडवाइजरी चाहिए उसके फॉर्म के अंदर,
कि उसको सिर्फ प्रोटोकॉल चाहिए, कितना डालना है वो चाहिए, और उसको इनपुट को पता है, तो वो हम कनेक्ट कर रहे हैं डॉट्स। उसको क्रॉप हेल्थ का चाहिए कि मेरा क्रॉप हेल्थ कैसा है, कब क्या डालना है और रिक्वायर्ड है या नहीं। तो जो टेक्नोलॉजी है उसको वहां तक गेटवे लेके जाना है। उसके बाद है हार्वेस्टिंग के बाद जब फाइनली जो प्राइसिंग वगैरह, तो वहां पर एक थोड़ा उसको नॉलेज चाहिए कि अब क्या करे डिसीजन। हार्वेस्टिंग टाइम पे हमें वेदर बेस्ड एडवाइजरी जो है उसका इम्पोर्टेंस ज्यादा आता है, तो हम वेदर बेस्ड एडवाइजरीज को प्रोवाइड करते हैं। क्योंकि इरिगेशन लाइक में थोड़ा डिस्ट्रैक्ट होके आपको बता रहा हूँ, वन ऑफ द एग्जांपल लाइक हम इरिगेशन की फैसिलिटीज देते हैं कि भाई कब इरिगेशन करना है, हम एआई का यूज करें, एआई/एमएल का यूज करके उसको दे। तो फार्मर को तो पता है, वी आर इंडिया इन ऑल आर स्मॉल होल्डर फार्मर्स हैं, तो उनको तो पता ही है कि कब मेरे फार्म में मुझे इरिगेशन करना है। लेकिन उसको अगर वेदर को इम्पैक्ट आ गया, हैजार्डियल इशू आ गया, वहां पर उसको ड्रॉट होने वाला है या फिर एक्सेस रेन होने वाला है या फिर कुछ कोई साइक्लोन आ गया, उस टाइम उसको क्या लेना है डिसीजन, तो वहां पर टेक्नोलॉजी उसको ज्यादा यूज करनी तो उसको नीड है। अगर वो मिल जाए तो हमारा काफी फूड सिक्योरिटी का काम हो जाए, तो हम उसके ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट जो आपने जो क्वेश्चन किया, मैं उसके ऊपर आता हूँ कि हम जो विजन देख रहे हैं कि एग्रीटेक में इंडिया क्या है कि पूरा एग्रीकल्चर बेस्ड है और हर एक की नीड है। तो अभी जो हम काम कर रहे हैं वहां पर हर एक को नीड तो है, और अभी जो अवेयरनेस है फार्मर के अंदर वो डेवलप हो रही है। ऐसा नहीं है कि फार्मर एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर रहे, सबके पास फोन है, सबके पास अगर आप चेक करो तो हर एक के पास 2-3 एप्लीकेशन एग्रीकल्चर की है ही, क्योंकि अगेन फार्मर इज ए बिजनेसमैन, तो अपने लिए ट्राई करता है, तो वहां पर बिजनेस तो है। अब डॉट्स दो कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहे कि उसको हम कन्वर्ट करना चाहते हैं कॉमर्शियल, तो कैसे कनेक्ट करें। तो फार्मर को राइट इनपुट्स चाहिए, विथ क्वालिटी चाहिए, विथ क्वालिटी एडवाइजरी चाहिए जो हमें प्रोवाइड करनी है। अभी जो हम टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करी है एमएल उसके, तो वहां पर टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप हो रही, वहां पर एक एक्यूरेसी इज अ मैटर कि कैसी एक्यूरेसी में उसको डेटा प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं। जैसे हायर एक्यूरेसी में हम उसको डेटा प्रोवाइड करेंगे तो उस हिसाब से वो टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सेप्ट करनी है जो फार्मर को, एक्सेप्टेंस बढ़ जाएगी तो वो यूज करने लगेगा।
Thank you. And we look forward, we from the academic setting and we from the research institute setting, we need industries to share their problem statements and the things that they require to be in the technology. So we are ready to commercialize and we really look forward for taking.
हाँ, मैं रियल एग्जांपल देता हूँ जो हम काम करते हैं। हम कुछ साउथ गुजरात के अंदर काम कर रहे हैं शुगर के फार्म में। तो जैसे हम फार्मर के पास है तो उसका रियल प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि वहां पर जैसे काम कर रहे हैं उसके पास बहुत सारी एप्लीकेशन वगैरह उसने यूज किए, बोल रहा है कि यहाँ पर तो क्रॉप एडवाइजरी ऐसे बोल रहे थे, इरिगेशन देना है, इरिगेशन देना है, हमें तो पता ही नहीं रेन आने वाला है। उसके बाद इसके इनपुट्स के रिगार्डिंग एक प्रॉब्लम आई कि हमें स्प्रे करना है। तो अब हम जैसे तीनों टेक्नोलॉजी आईओटी का ड्रोन वाला टेक्नोलॉजी है, उनको चाहिए लेकिन अवेबिलिटी नहीं है। उनको ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी वहां चाहिए कि वो वहां पर फर्टिलाइजर और पेस्टिसाइड स्प्रे कर पाए। अभी गवर्नमेंट का इनिशिएट है तो फर्टिलाइजर स्प्रे हो रहा है, नैनो यूरिया, लेकिन अगर उसको पेस्टिसाइड वगैरह स्प्रे करना है तो कुछ अवेबिलिटी नहीं है, क्योंकि उसके लिए जो मार्केट में ड्रोन कंपनियां होनी चाहिए है ही नहीं, तो उसका एक्सेप्ट वहां पर है वो है। तो हम वहां थोड़ा प्रोवाइड करवा रहे हैं उसको टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रोन का कि उसको ड्रोन मिल जाए। अब ड्रोन अवेबिलिटी भी इतनी इजी नहीं है, वो भी राइट टाइम चाहिए पेस्ट एंड डिसीज में, तो उसके लिए हमने उसको मॉडल में फिट करके दिया है कि भाई हमारे पास एआईएमएल बेस्ड पूरी टेक्नोलॉजी, सैटेलाइट डेटा है, वेदर डेटा है, उसके बेस पे आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं। सोइंग डेट ऑलरेडी हमारे पास है डिटेक्ट की हुई, तो उसके हिसाब से कुछ स्टेज में आता है, वेदर कंडीशन चेंज होती है, तब जैसे इनिशिएट होने वाला है क्रॉप स्ट्रेस में आता है, हम डिटेक्ट करते हैं कि ये टाइम पीरियड है। साथ में हमारी प्रिसीज जो एडवाइजरी है वो भी बोलती है, कॉमन है एग्रीकल्चर में भी, जैसे भी हमें कोई सिम्टम्स आता है लाइक फीवर आता है तो थोड़ा बॉडी वीक होने लगता है, फिर टेम्परेचर बढ़ता है। सिमिलर वे इन एग्रीकल्चर कुछ सिम्टम्स स्टार्ट हो जाते हैं, क्रॉप वीक होता है, तो वो भी सैटेलाइट डेटा में डिटेक्ट होता है। और हर एक क्रॉप एक टेम्परेचर होता है, उसका टाइम होता है, स्टेज होते हैं, उस हिसाब से नंबर ऑफ ही पेस्ट एंड डिसीज आते हैं तो हम उसको डिटेक्ट करके फार्मर को एडवांस में बोलते हैं। हम ही एडवाइजरी जनरेट कर देते हैं कि भाई आपको स्प्रेइंग की जरूरत है, आप जाइए चेक कीजिए, आपको ड्रोन चाहिए, just one click we arrange for you. So as we are not a drone service provider, we are providing just platform for it. So farmer can come on our platform and can generate his request for a drone. तो उसको वो भी मिल पाए। सिमिलर वे अभी इनपुट्स का है तो हमारा मोटिव फार्मर के लिए है कि उसको प्रॉफिटेबल फार्मिंग की तरफ ले जाए, यानी उसका कॉस्ट रिडक्ट करे, क्योंकि फार्मर जो यूज करता है तो हम उसको अगर नेसेसरी है तो ही एडवाइस देते कि भाई ये करो, अदरवाइज नहीं। ग्रोथ हार्मोन्स का जैसे आता है तो अगर सब हार्मोन्स की जरूरत नहीं होती ग्रोथ हार्मोन्स दे दे, कुछ टाइम पे कुछ ही चाहिए तो उतना ही बोलते हैं, उससे ज्यादा मत करो। और एक्सेस फर्टिलाइजर यूज ज्यादा है तो हम उसको रिड्यूस करवा रहे हैं। लाइक साउथ के अंदर हमें काफी फार्मर को लास्ट ईयर हम 78 कर पाए थे कनेक्ट, इस साल हम 6500 फार्मर को कनेक्ट कर पाए और उनको वहां से जो फर्टिलाइजर का यूज है वो हमने कम करवाया और इस साल उसे नंबर 10x हो जाएंगे। तो वहां पर जो फार्मर है वो समझते हैं और उसके बाद उसको प्रोडक्शन मिलता है तो उसका फायदा है तो वो एक्सेप्ट करने लगते हैं। दिस इज द रियल।
In fact, yes, please.
ये तो टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप कर रहे हैं और अच्छी बात है, पहली बात है इसका पैसा करते हैं, आपने इतना काम किया, रिसर्च किया, इसका पैसा करते हैं, गवर्नमेंट दे रही, फार्मर दे रहा है, और अल्टीमेटली इसका कॉस्ट बेनिफिट रेशियो वर्कआउट किया है। थैंक यू।
इनके केस में तो क्लियर है,
क्वेश्चन है कि अल्टीमेटली फार्मर को बेनिफिट कैसे हो रहा है, दैट्स अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन। क्योंकि आज हम लोग, मैं इसरो से जुड़ा हुआ हूँ, इसलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि हम लोग टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत डेवलप कर रहे हैं, वी डू थाउजेंड्स एंड थाउजेंड्स। अब क्या हो रहा है कि भाई गवर्नमेंट ने मैंडेट दिया है कि आप टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप करिए, बट फर्स्ट फाइंड एप्लीकेशन, ये कहाँ यूज होगा, पब्लिक को यूज होगा कि नहीं, तब तक आप ₹2 खर्चा करें तो 1 पैसा। दैट इज माय caution and concern. Thank you, Sami.
Thank you, sir. You know, any research is done based on the demand for demand. So we come from the lab to lab, then lab to lab. So the demand comes from the program. Like we have huge extension services, 731 kV. So they're the interface between us and the farmers.
Right.
So they sort out what are the challenges, issues, and problems. So yeah. So this is how it is identify the problems. Coming back to the funding, being the federal government, so we are funded by government. But again, to see the efficiencies with respect to the cost and benefit ratio, we do at 3 levels because we are mostly into the research mode. When you go to the field, you need to go for optimizing with respect to cost and benefit. So we do in the lab conditions, we do in the field conditions. We have wonderful experimental fields. Same time, parallel, we do in the farmers field conditions. Whether it can be scale neutral. Like you do in the lab condition, it has its own wonderful way you can do. When you do in the experimental field, exactly simulated in the same condition what farmer has. Again, there is a disease, there is a pest, you can spray like anything. You have all domain experts are all around you in the organizations. But when you go to the farmer, a couple of things comes up. So that is what the research stands for. So that's the reason why we are working on 3 levels to make it scale neutral. Coming back to how this technology can be operable in the large scale, like marginal holders, particularly in Indian conditions. And most of the technology you've heard of are very expensive. But nowadays, like a smartphone, everyone is using now smartphone. Same also, this technology can be, these are all smart technologies. This technology can be done in 2 ways. One is, new initiative, what government of India has taken as FPOs, farmers producer organizations, going in a cooperative way, not as individual farmer you are targeting a cluster of farmer, a whole village or panchayat. Department of Telecommunication has come out a new concept. I think advertisement was there. Smart village and also smart panchayat. Very soon there are 10 villages has been identified all around to take up all those technology to make a digital agriculture in the farmer's field in the village. Now they're going to take up in panchayat and 500 panchayatas. I think they're soon, Honorable Prime Minister is going to announce on the day, on the 15th. So one is FPO, another is custom hiring services. Like farmer has a tractor, purchase a tractor, he uses himself and also he does services to others. So same also can be done on the custom hire basis. So another is, if at all you work with industry or private companies, then there is a collaboration with respect to research, with respect to also fund. Like we work with Mahindra and Mahindra, we work with the Reliance. So they invest money so that they know what is this technology is going to be. Like precision agriculture, it has to go to the grape, it has to go to the sugarcane, it has to go to the cotton. There the farmers are ready to invest, provided you have a solutions. So they know where we can harvest this technology. So these are all possible ways for your answer to go. Thank you, sir.
Sure. We will be very quick, so we can take this offline also.
Okay. गवर्नमेंट के रिसर्च के लिए तो गवर्नमेंट जो उसको फाइनेंस चाहिए देती है, और इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पार्ट हमारा क्या है कि फार्मर अभी कोई इनिशियली कुछ भी पेमेंट देने के लिए रेडी नहीं है, क्योंकि उसको जो लेवल का सर्च उसको जो सर्व करना है वो होता नहीं है, और उसको रियल है, उसको भी ट्रस्ट आना चाहिए। तो वहां पर अभी उसको ट्रस्ट लाने के लिए क्या है कि एफपीओ है, कोऑपरेटिव है, मिल्स है, यानी जो भी है, तो इंटरमीडिएटर जो फार्मर्स ग्रुप है जो हमारे बीच में, यानी फार्मर और कंपनीज और गवर्नमेंट के बीच में एज अ ब्रिज है, वो है कि वहां से हम चार्ज कर सकते हो और वहां से जनरेट कर सकते हो। दूसरा है कि हम जो कर रहे हैं उसमें गवर्नमेंट कुछ सब्सिडाइज वगैरह या पीपी मॉडल पे जाके कुछ हेल्प करे तो ज्यादा हम उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि प्रूवन तो हो जाता है। सो हम जो हम कर रहे हैं टेक्नोलॉजी प्रूवन 1 और 2 ये चलती है, लेकिन उसको कंटिन्यूस करने के लिए इम्प्लीमेंटेशन स्टार्ट कर रखने के लिए अभी के लिए थोड़ा फाइनेंस सबके लिए जरूरी है।
And for that, we need to build the ecosystem together. And when we talk about ecosystem, the infrastructure for precision agriculture is very important. And there I would like to invite our virtual panel joining us, Sumer Singh Johal ji. You're from Linux Foundation. So you tell us how you see the infrastructure is building for precision agriculture in India, and what are your takes on that?
Very nice to meet everybody. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. First of all, namaskar and sat sri akal to everybody at the meeting. Very nice to be invited. I'm really honored to share my perspectives with all of you. And I particularly appreciate the coming together of research sector and the private sector represented by the entrepreneurs on the panel. So really great gathering. The question you asked, let me give a quick background of my own background, and then that will put some context regarding what I'm doing and why. So I grew up in a rural family in northern India, in the Punjab, and came to the US when I was a teenager. And I've studied electrical engineering and computer science from MIT for my undergraduate and graduate school, and spent the last 30 years in the technology area. The last 15 have been in the food and agri sector, including a brief stint of about 6 years in rural India, all over northern and southern India. So really passionate about the role that technology can play, both public sector as well as private sector and research sector as well, and have done some work in my life in that direction. The specific question that you asked also needs a little bit of context from my professional life. So I run as CEO one of the largest ag tech companies in the world as a private sector entrepreneur and CEO. Company called Semios. We're largely in the global north, so we don't quite yet have a footprint in India, but we manage over 100 million acres across 3 continents, and mostly focus on agronomic advice from pest control, crop nutrition, water, as well as other advisory services around regulatory compliance for farmers. And now these are mostly large holder farmers, so not very similar, very different in many ways from the smallholder farmers in India. But still, farming is farming and agronomy is agronomy, and so the economics are different and the needs are very different. But the stressors that agriculture is facing, from climate change to population growth to farmers' incomes are all the same. And farmers around the world are stressed. And so this is a very worthwhile cause that all of you are doing, and I really appreciate it. Having said that, I also lead the project at the Linux Foundation in open source called AgStack, which is the Linux Foundation is the largest open source organization in the world and powers anything digital that you touch today, from your car to your TV to your cell phone. Everything pretty much runs in Linux, and it's completely free and completely open source. And so, you know, it's one of those things that most people don't pay too much attention to, but it actually today, about 750,000 software developers collaborate across 40 countries and contribute 50 million lines of code to these projects at scale. So this is happening all backstage, all at scale in the tech sector. So inspired by this, I wanted to create something for agriculture sector. So started this pre-COVID a few years ago, and it has started to grow. The idea behind the open source for agriculture, known as AgStack in the Linux Foundation, is very simple. It's to create free and open access to underlying public infrastructure, digital infrastructure that actually is private sector friendly and entrepreneur friendly, and can allow the pace of innovation and the cost of innovation to be greatly improved. Because agriculture has very thin margins, and particularly in smallholder farmers, very, very thin margins. As one of the panelists mentioned, you know, farmer ke paas to paisa nahi hai. And so I think that is very, very important to realize. And so open source can provide, you know, thriving ag tech ecosystems and entrepreneurs a way to leverage free and open pieces of code, projects, infrastructure in terms of APIs, data access, data commons, which are really world-class and benefit from an entire ecosystem of the tech open source ecosystem that powers it, to really accelerate the desire, you know, pre-competitive piece of what they need to build. So if you're downloading satellite data, you know, maybe 70% of what you need to do, you don't need to do it really, because everybody's doing it. So why not have it in open source and you can just use that piece of code? Similarly, if you're trying to create an IoT sensor and you need an edge device and you want to have a edge protocol and an edge gateway, and you need to have a LoRa network that connects these devices to a gateway and upload that to the cloud, do you really need to invent that from scratch, or can we use existing, you know, very, very robust, you know, industrial scale and completely free protocols that you can, you know, employ at scale? So I think it serves to help enable that infrastructure. We started about 3-4 years ago and have gotten initial traction, although it's still early stages. We got some traction from the United Nations at FAO and at the German Ministry of International Development. And our first project, we have about 6 or 7 different projects within AgStack. The first project is to essentially create a free and open repository for creating deduplication of field boundaries, which is absolutely essential in an indexing, from an indexing perspective. If you have multiple different standards of field boundaries, data interoperability just does not work very well. And so field boundaries at scale, meaning you just don't even need to create a field boundary. You can stand in a field, press a button, and a field boundary redraws itself, has a unique GeoID that you can then openly share with anybody that you want to. It's addressable but not discoverable, so you have data privacy if you want to. Those kinds of underlying things is what the asset registry project, which we have now live, is using. And so far we have some very good early adoption from a community that is now across 43 countries. We have tens of thousands of field boundaries, which is still very small relative to what we need to do. But by December, we have a project collaboration with MIT, where some professors are actually using high resolution satellite data to auto-create these field boundaries at scale across US, Australia, Europe, and India, actually, very importantly. Because of the smallholder farms, the field boundaries are very small, very, very, you know, difficult to create, and everybody has their own field boundary, and it's a real big problem. So open source can actually come. There's Dr. Sherry Wong, who's professor at MIT, who's collaborating with her, and her PhD thesis at Stanford was around creating field boundaries and testing them in India for smallholder farms. And so the Gates Foundation was involved with that. So that's one example of how public infrastructure can actually help accelerate, those things. Now with, supply chain traceability, price discovery, lending, insurance, there are all kinds of different workflows that are involved in agriculture at a globe scale. Many of them are extremely important for the smallholder farmer that open source can help enable. And in my private sector role, we are also both contributors to and users of open source in a very big way. And I just want to demystify one key thing about open source, which is a lot of people don't, including myself, until recently did not understand. When I started looking at open source, I thought it was a bunch of misguided people who just wanted to give anything away. They didn't really fully understand entrepreneurship or capitalism. And they were just kind of, do-gooders that kind of helping out people and sort of wandering around, not really focused. And the truth could not be further from that, right? The truth of the matter is actually open source is a strategy. It is not a philanthropic kind of thing. It is a strategy that private sector companies, often fierce competitors, come together and realize that actually having one standard and actually having one pre-competitive piece of software or hardware is actually beneficial for their, profitability and their, path to market and time to market. And actually that is what creates open source at scale. All the hyperscalers in the world are massive contributors to open source, not because they want to do good in the world, although they always want to say that and do that, but because it is actually a very, very powerful strategy for accelerating value creation and aligns with the capitalistic interests of shareholders. So I think I just wanted to demystify that one piece. And again, I want to thank everyone here for inviting me to share my perspectives. And I will also say that I think having been born and raised in India, it's quite a privilege and honor to really be alongside all of you who are really trying your best to make a difference with digital agriculture, be it with drones or with IoT or any of the new technologies that are coming in. AI is the big, shiny object on the hill, and everybody's trying to create AI for agriculture. We're in the private sector as well as in the Linux Foundation, very interested in collaboration. And it's the mindset of collaboration and not the zero-sum game mindset that will create change. That's the biggest. If there's one thing that you can take away from my perspective, it's that in the last 30 years of working in the private sector and 15 years in ag tech, the one thing that I've learned is that it's very, very powerful and profitable to collaborate and not to try to do things yourself. Whether it's be private sector partnerships or open source or other ways in which people can come together, doing things with others who may look at first glance as your competitors is extremely important because it's not a zero-sum game. When we work together, we go far, and in fact, sometimes we can go faster. And so with that, I'll conclude my remarks, and really, again, thank you all for inviting me to share my perspective.
Thank you, Joelji, and we 100% agree that collaboration is the key, especially when we talk about emerging technologies and their application. The in-silo approach has to be revolutionized by the collaborative approach. And of course, the platforms like this one, we are bringing various stakeholders so that we connect with each other and we are able to create an impact. And of course, you talked about the importance of open source in creating the digital infrastructure, and we look forward. Like India is pushing very hard from its National Digital Agriculture Mission and already creating digital public infrastructure. So joining hands would definitely create a value impact on this. Thank you so much for your intervention. So now I move to our international representative from Peru itself. So how you see that, what is happening in India and what is happening in your country, and you are specifically dealing with the trade aspects. So how you think so the products that are going to be generated from precision agriculture in India, how they can be exported to your country, and what are the key areas where you see the collaboration happening between India and Peru? Over to you.
Thank you very much for this invitation. I am really happy to be part of this distinguished panel of speakers. My name is Roy Postigo. I'm a trade specialist of the Embassy of Peru. But I am agronomist engineer also and phytopathologist. So I have some experience about this. No, and this specific topic is very, very interesting for me because I know India is growing a lot in this kind of new technologies and precision farming, agricultural, digital agriculture. That's why it's something very interesting for us. One of the main duties of the Trade Office of Peru is to increase or to promote Peru in India, to increase the trade between our countries, no? Mainly Peruvian products in India, but also is to strengthen the relationship with Indian companies and also with the public sector, no? Of course, I would love to be in touch with people of ICAR, no? Because we can collaborate in the future. In our country, we have the National Institution of Innovation and Research in Agriculture, no? We have a directorate of precision farming, no? Maybe we can discuss about that later. I have to give a small introduction of Peru because I think many of you maybe are not familiar with Peru, but Peru is in the other part of the world. We are really far actually, no? But at the same time, Peru and India are very familiar, very similar. I am living in India almost, this is my second time here, but if I count the first time and the second time, I am living here for more than 8 years. No, so I know a little bit about India, and I now consider that India and Peru, we are really similar. We have similar issues, similar challenges. And about Peru, I can say, for example, you have the deserts like Jaisalmer. In Peru, we have our desertical coast is exactly the same. No, you have the Himalayan chain. No, we have the Andes chain. You have jungles in Kerala, and we have also jungles in the Amazon of Peru. So we are very similar. The topography of Peru and India are very similar. That's why we have many things in common. But we have some differences because you are more into, for example, commodities and some of high-value products. But in the case of Peru, we are more in agriculture, in the high-value products. No? For example, right now, Peru is the #1 producer and exporter of blueberries around the world. We're the second producer and exporter of avocados. We're exporting citrus. We're a very important player of fresh grapes, mangoes. We also produce asparagus, capsicums. I worked in many crops before I joined to the Ministry of Trade. No? Regarding your question about the technology, as I told you that one of our mission is to strengthen the collaboration between India and Peru. And we are happy to explore collaboration with private companies because today I listen many excellent ideas, many excellent initiatives, no? And I would like to invite you, no, to contact with us. And I think the best way to introduce your products in Peru is in a way of investment, no? Because when you invest in Peru, in the sector of agriculture, your investment is 100% safe, no? Because our agriculture is safe. We have investors from many parts of the world in this sector, no? In digital agriculture, no? We are there are many companies in the irrigation sector from Israel, from Netherlands, from USA. Also, companies with drones are coming from Germany. We are receiving agri-tech companies from Argentina, Colombia, Spain, no? So that's why this is a very long, you know, but I think that the first step is not to contact us. We are willing to give all the support, not to establish your business in our country, no? So if you have any doubt, any kind of need, we are happy to collaborate with that. Thanks.
Wonderful. On this note, it's an open call that he has said to invest, and we definitely look forward to collaboration, create impact. Now I come to my last panelist, one from an academic institute. Sahuji, you mentioned that there is a need to join hands of research institutes with the engineering institutes. I myself from IIT and Anuragji, we closely work with NIT Delhi, where we are working on agriculture engineering aspects. So my last question to you, Anuragji, what are the key technology projects that NIT is working, and how you see the collaboration with the research institutes and also creating skill base who are ready to work in agriculture engineering? Here you go.
Thank you, Dr. Radhika, for inviting me here. So I am from Computer Science Engineering Department, and we working in the area of IoT with the help of our IT Ropar. So we established a CPS lab there. So as we are here for discussing about the precision farming, what we are doing under that. So we try to use all the inputs efficiently to give the highest production. And one of our experts discussed that we should know the requirement of the farmers. So we usually encourage the students before starting any problem, please go and check the requirements. Because until or unless we will know we will not know the requirements of the users, then we cannot develop the product. And he has also asked the same question, if this product will be usable for the farmers or not. So some of the projects which we are dealing with the components which are available in our lab, and the other part we do also some modeling, database and modeling also with the available data here. So first, as we know, there are various components for this work: sensors, GIS, GPS, remote sensing, and database modeling part. So I am naming few of the projects on which we are working with the students with the help of our team. So recently students are working over some of the projects. So one project is there is an integrated IoT and sensor system for adulteration detection, for especially in the food and milk. So we gone through with some existing available detection technique, and we are advancing over the available techniques, and we are trying to develop adulteration detection system. And under one of the other projects, some of the students team are working over the tower-based monitoring system for the precision agriculture. So under this project, they basically trying to develop a tower-based system for precision agriculture. This system basically integrate ground-based and aerial data, which is drones with multispectral cameras and sensor for temperature and soil moisture, etc., which optimize the farming practices. And one team is working. Actually, one of the expert has discussed that the scarcity of water for the irrigation. So how we can use the water efficiently for the irrigation. And we should, for this, first we should spread the knowledge to the farmers about the efficient use. So for this, one of the team is trying to develop Sprinklink, one of the intelligent sprinkler control and advanced soil moisture monitoring system. So under this, it is also the IoT based project, which basically focuses on creating a smart irrigation system that optimize the water usage. So students are using some sensors so that they can have the data of soil moisture, and they have lot of data, and they are applying various training. We are trying to train the model, and we are trying to predict how much water is required to the particular region, and they are trying to divide the particular region of the field by using various available information through the GIS system. So these are the few projects on which we are working, and some of the students are also working when we are communicate the data from the sensor to our storage system of cloud. Then how do we secure our data if data is important? And also we are working to develop some of the systems. Those are not related to agriculture, but IoT based. So related to the agriculture precision farming, we have such products. If anyone is interested to know about the details, so please you can contact us. Thank you.
This is a general question. Data storage and security is an issue probably for all the systems. But are any of the panelists, depending on the requirement, are they looking at use of, let's say, blockchain, or exactly are you looking at in terms of data security? Is it like just
plain vanilla products which come in terms of to secure the data. I don't know what those are actually, but or blockchain is being considered these days. I mean, that's the question.
Currently, we are not using blockchain. Anyone?
Yeah. Even we are not targeting blockchain as such, because blockchain, we understand it is a very complex technology and very like resource intensive also. And as far as the applications are concerned, we could not imagine any such application in which the blockchain can be applied in a better way. We have certain use cases like in cotton, in cocoa, in coffee plantation. So there are applications of the blockchain technology. But then we have to collaborate with industry, I guess, because if it is a requirement of the industry, then only we can come up with such kind of a research projects, which is very quite intensive as far as the infrastructure, as far as the money is concerned. That's why the cost benefit analysis which comes into picture. That's why we are not targeting as such now the blockchain technology, but other encryption methods we are using, and we are having our own data center also, or we are using the NIC data center as far as our secure data is concerned. Thank you.
Just question with the question.
Yes.
Last question. Is there a language problem if we come and invest in Peru, or we need to?
No, it's not a problem. Yeah. Now, you know, many companies from different parts of the world are coming to Peru. So there is no problem. Actually, many people in Peru now is speaking English, Chinese, French. So it's not a problem for business.
Peru is totally open for us. So great. With this, we had such an engaging panel, and thanks to all the panelists here for the wonderful insights. And of course, there are many more questions. We will take it offline. And thank you once again for being here, talking about the precision agriculture. It is the beginning for us. We will be in touch and taking it forward further. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together once again for that wonderful session with some very insightful addresses and very interesting discussions we had. Thank you to Ms. Radhika for wonderfully chairing this session. And may I also request you to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to all our eminent panelists. We present to Mr. Nitin Prajapati, Director Chief of Products, Omagri RP Agriculture Infrastructure and Solutions Private Limited. Thank you very much indeed, sir. We present to Mr. Roy Postigo, Trade Specialist, Peru Embassy. Thank you very much indeed. We present to Dr. Rabian Sahu, Principal Scientist, IARI. We present to Professor Alka Arora, ICAR, ISRI. Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. We present to Mr. Sumer Singh Johal. Of course, we can't present to him. He was present virtually. We present to Dr. Anurag Singh from NIT Delhi. And inviting Ms. Ayati Singh from ICFA to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude to our chair, moderator of this session, Dr. Radhika. And may I request for a group photograph, please? And ladies and gentlemen, we would request you all to kindly remain seated as we are now moving into the final session of the conference of India Digital Agriculture Conference 2024. So this session will feature a series of special addresses and presentations on key topics that will drive innovation and digital transformation in agriculture. And in this session, we will hear from the industry leaders and experts who will share their insights on data-driven decision-making, digital platforms for supply chain optimization, and startup success stories in the digital agriculture. So to kick off this session, we would like to invite Mr. Bharat Settipalli, Head of IT at Leeds, who will speak on the topic of digital platforms for supply chain optimization. Mr. Settipalli will highlight how technology is playing a crucial role in optimizing the supply chain, ensuring efficiency, transparency, and reducing wastage. So let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Bharat Settipalli for his presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, IDAC, for inviting us and giving us this opportunity to present on this very important topic, considering the theme of this conference. So, digital platforms for agri supply chain optimization. So, before getting into the digital platforms, I just wanted to talk about the key drivers of agri supply chain. So, we have been hearing a lot about the challenges we are facing in agri supply chain or agri value chain. The most important driver, I would say, this is like population dynamics and urbanization. So, population dynamics, the increase in the population, that is one of the key driver, and the risk and uncertainties. So, I'm sure because of the pandemic, the kind of risk the entire global, is faced, and also the uncertainties we have came across is something which is very much important to consider in terms of the agri supply chain. Of course, a very important aspect is the
Everyone, I would appreciate if you guys can, sit because session is in progress. So if anyone wants to, get into discussion, sorry, please.
Yeah, so thank you. So farmers welfare, of course, we have been hearing a lot about farmers welfare. So this is one of the important drivers of
You can start from.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah. So the topic is the digital platforms and the role of digital platforms in agri supply chain optimization. So before getting into the details of the platforms, I just wanted to highlight on some of the aspects of this, like drivers of the agri supply chain. So like population dynamics. It's okay. So population dynamics and urbanization is one of the important drivers, as I was mentioning. Even we heard about it a lot in the morning sessions also. And risk and uncertainties is one of the driver. So of course, the COVID pandemic and geopolitical issues, a lot of factors, of course, is going to be playing a major role in the agri supply chain. So we need to be averse with the risk which they bring in. And also the major important aspect is the farmers' welfare, right? So we have been hearing a lot about farmers' welfare. So how the farmers' welfare is also going to drive the entire agri supply chain. And most important aspect, like in morning also, and even the panel discussions also, we have heard about investments. So which is one of the key drivers again in the agri-food systems, also which will play a role in the supply chain. And the climate change, again, an important driver, and degradation of natural resources, which we heard again, land degradation, soil. So all these aspects are very important to consider when we are talking about the agri supply chain. So before moving on to the role of the platforms, again, I wanted to highlight the challenges generally we face in agri supply chain. Most importantly, in the context of India, right? Small landholding, fragmented landholding is one of the important, the problem which we face, and decrease in the crop yields due to the climate change, increased demand, of course, price fluctuations, and aggregation of produce and from the fragmented, again, distributed farms, storage and logistics. Again, the interdependency between the complex networks and the actors, right? So how do we address these challenges, and how do we even consider all the drivers which we are playing a major role in the supply chain, right? So we've been talking about the value chain and a lot of the ecosystem, the stakeholders, bringing together the stakeholders right from the industries, academia, policymakers, government, private players, corporate players. But the moment when we start bringing about different set of people, the ecosystems, corporates, a lot of complexities will increase in, right? So the kind of approach we need to take is, as a very scientific method, we call systems thinking approach. It's like a scientific method of interacting, analyzing the complex phenomena where various actors are involved. So it's very much important to think agri supply chain also in the context of system science approach and system science principles, the way we deal with the financial systems and their systems. So I think that is very much important to consider even supply chain, agri value chain also in the context of systems thinking. And one more important aspect is tackling the farmers and customers' welfares. End of the day, when we talk about supply chain, so we are moving the goods from the producer to the consumer. So the most important aspect is to tackle the farmers who are the producers in the agri supply chain, as well as the consumers, right? By considering the nutritionals and benefits and the health benefits overall, because end of the day, everyone is dependent on the food, right? And the technological interventions, of course, so we're talking about the entire the conference episode, like the session is on digital agriculture, but how technology is also going to be playing a major role in the entire supply chain, and what kind of approach we need to take in terms of the providing these technological interventions. And of course, increasing the investments in the agri-food systems. Risk mitigation, of course. So when we start thinking in the concept of the ecosystem, the risk has to be mitigated at every node. I mean, it has to be balanced. Like for example, for instance, if there's any extreme weather event, always the person who was going to be affected is the farmer, right? But let's say if there's any risk or any extreme weather event or a drought phenomena, so rather than it's going to affect the end of the crop produce or the yield. So if it can be, the risk can be equally distributed among the traders, or if they can buy at a better prices, end of the day, the risk is going to be mitigated and it can be distributed between all the stakeholders, right? Eventually the manufacturers and the suppliers as well. So and again, of course, improving the crop yields through climate smart resilient practices, and finally the sustainable right from the production, processing, and consumption. So these are some of the important factors we need to consider and approach this entire supply chain problem. And considering all these factors, I think if I mean, like when we develop about any platform, so we need to make sure that we implement these principles and factors, and then develop these platforms. So what is the role of this digital platforms in the supply chain optimization, right? So most importantly, platforms can be helpful. I mean, so we've been talking about, we are hearing a lot about the technological interventions, platforms, but end of the day, they're not really going to solve the problems, right? We can use the technology at certain extent, but end of the day, in the context of agriculture, end of the day, we have to go and do the farming on ground. The farmers has to play their own role. So it's going to be an enabler. It's going to be, of course, a driver, but it's not the only solution. So end of the day, the agriculture has to be implemented. It's a physical process which has to be implemented on the ground. So certain things where technology or the platforms can play a role, definitely they're going to help all the stakeholders. So supply chain analytics is very much important. Understanding the data and giving the analytics and sensing, of course, using space tech and AI, that is going to be a very important aspect. And decision support systems, because of course the policymakers to bring the reforms and the policies. So they need decision support systems. I'm sure we heard about our chief guest also talking about policies, bringing the digital agri stack and all stuff. But end of the day, they need to have a proper decision support system in place to have that kind of insights, right? And end of the day, again, the fintech intervention. So having the financial support at the right time, because end of the day, farmers has to because agriculture has certain crop cycle which needs to be followed, right? Though, even in one of the panel discussions, we heard from our colleague, Chief Strategic Officer Anil Parakji, talking about the importance of this loans and collaboration with the financial institutions, providing loans to the farmers or the FPOs at the right time, enabling them with the financial support so that they can get the inputs at the right time, so that they start growing it, and also take this produce to the market by storing it, and then a lot entire across the crop cycle, the financial interventions are very much important. And of course, analyzing the farm fields and studying the crop cycle and giving the advisory alerts. So we've been hearing about, like, farmers, they understand agriculture, but due to the change in the climate change, due to change in the weather patterns, they need more intelligent, they need more scientific principles, which I'm sure through digital platforms we can provide in the form of alerts and advisories. And the most important aspect of, again, any agri supply chain is the market linkages. So we can provide with the help of digital platforms, we can bring a fair marketplace where the competitive pricing mechanisms, even government is also thinking in terms of, they built the platform of platforms, e-marketplace, agri-marknet. So the ENAM, and then even they called for the bid for, upgrading the entire ENAM system by bringing different technological interventions. So we can also play a very important role in, modernizing this, like e-bidding systems, auction systems, and bringing a fair competitive pricing mechanism where the farmers can get a better price rather than, based on completely a high bidding price or mechanism. So there should be a transparency in the entire auctioning system and bidding system. So that is also one of platforms can also play a major role in these market link ASM. And the other aspect is the transparency and the traceability. So of course, I mean, we just heard about the blockchain, so we can implement blockchain, but again, it's not just about the blockchain. It's like bringing the transparency and traceability, moving how the goods are being moving, how the commodities are moving from the farm to the end user, the consumer. So we can have the entire visibility and the transparency of this, like in which farm it is being grown, what are the fertilizers being used, what kind of the advice, the practices being followed at the farm level, and where it is stored. So entire information can be provided with the help of again mobile applications or the QR codes, which can be scanned at the marketplaces. And of course, the scenarios, like it's again, agriculture is a very complex phenomena. So we have to understand various scenarios in terms of the yield, acreage analysis, and using remote sensing, AI ML model. So of course, we need to understand this scenario. So scenario analysis is also something where the digital platforms going to be helpful for the agronomists, practitioners, and even the government bodies. And most importantly, again, when we talk about the the ecosystem, like taking the feedback from the end users is very much important. So we need a very strong feedback mechanisms or feedback loops from the end users, understanding like farmers, FPOs, and getting the feedback from them in the real-time basis, and then feeding into the systems, which they can again give them better insights, is also very much important. So considering all these aspects, we at Leads Connect have been working on platform. So when we launched our platform a couple of years back, and then we are enhancing it and making it more robust, because again, it's not going to be as a simple thing. So we have incorporated many modules, and we keep enhancing and making it more robust. So we call the platform called Agrani, because there's a reason behind calling it Agrani. It's agriculture and disaster risk analytics using next intelligence. And also Agrani is a Hindi meaning of leading, and it matches with our Leads Connect's vision also. So Agrani, so when we talk about Agrani, so it has a definition. So we define it as space-tech AI-based multi-event real-time analytics omni-channel platform for delivering user-driven agri-fintech services. So if we talk about so when we say about multi-event, so we discussed about it, it's a system sciences principle. So we need to create that interaction between the stakeholders. We need to bring we need to understand the phenomena, the complex phenomena of all the actors interacting within the system, right? Like we are bringing FPOs, we are onboarding FPOs, we are onboarding farmers, we are onboarding farms, we are geotagging the farms, we are studying the farms using different mechanisms, like using remote sensing, using geospatial, using even, of course, we can feed IoT sensors, but that's not the important aspect, right? The important aspect is the phenomena that is happening on how the soil is affecting, how the kind of right fertilizers which is being used, and of course, and what is the role of the environment and the climate. So all these phenomena are very much important. So understanding the stress factors in the context, so studying this agriculture as an event is very much important. So that's why we consider, if you just study agriculture alone, that is not going to be sufficient. So that's, we need to understand agriculture in the context of the climate also, and also the other way, the impact of agriculture on the soil, environment, everything. So we need to study in this multi-event approach. Once you have this insights, then you can start providing services to the farmers. So you understand what are the stress factors playing a role on the specific farm, what is affecting the overall productivity and yield. So then you can start giving them the right advisory so that they can improve the adopt those practices, which can help them in improving the yields, right? And also the same kind of insights will be helpful for the banks and financial institutions. So they can also use it for providing. So our colleague has spoken about the credit score. So we have developed a land utility score again, on base of which we build this agriculture credit score, considering the socioeconomic factors, which is used again for the banks to underwrite this one. So this is one of the aspects. And also once you can have onboarding of the farmers and all the stakeholders, you can provide them the, so the produce, so you can give the market linkage. So the various value added services can be built on top of this one. Right. So moving on to the characteristics, like the system has to be flexible enough to, based on different context, you start providing them the scenarios at like various levels, be it local level, regional level, and global level. And also we talked about the feedback mechanisms. So that's where the user-driven analytics come to the picture. So we have a, like different client-facing mechanisms to interact. Like, we have mobile applications, we have WhatsApp channels, various channels to interact with the customers to get the feedback and then provide them the services. So this is the systemic approach we are talking about. So Agrani, so which is developed on the basis of these principles, a systemic approach for agri-food systems. So we have the onboarding platforms for onboarding all the stakeholders, right from the farmers, FPOs, CBPOs. So once you onboard, once you geotag the farmlands, again, there are various mechanisms to geotag the farmlands. So once you have those, you study those farmlands, you study the specific farm parcel at the hyperlocal level using, of course, remote sensing, satellite derived indices, weather indices, and you understand the stress factors. And then you, based on the stress factors, you start doing the risk mitigation in various ways. One is in the context of fintech interventions, and in the context of technological interventions by providing them alerts and advisories. Also, we have a very models which are built in by giving yield scenarios, pre-harvest and post-harvest yield assessment. This will be helpful again for the manufacturers, traders who has the understanding of the total acreage and the pre-harvest yield scenarios. Even the policymakers in the government institutions also have the understanding of the entire area, be it at the GP level or a block level or a district level. Further connecting it to the market linkages by onboarding. So we are also onboarding the manufacturers, traders, and enabling the trade between the FPOs and the traders. Right. So overall, we are creating always there's a cycle. So generally, we see a value chain as like a straight process, but it's like more of a systemic process where everywhere is interconnected, and the relationship between these different actors. And it's very much important to study the interconnection. And this is how we are implementing this and like taking it to the ground. Right, like, so we have various group companies, because we talk about ecosystem, right? Like when we talk about ecosystem, we need to involve a lot of players, right? So we have been proving that through our own group companies itself, right? So we have a Leads Nextech, which is a analytics engine who like analyzing, building models using Spacetech AI ML models. Again, it's Agrani is like an ecosystem. That's why we call it an ecosystem. It's just not a platform. So we have different players. So from the Leads Nextech analytics engine, it is giving the insights, feeding into the Agrani again model. So we are getting the data from the farms using different again protocols, different models, onboarding the farmers through Agrani Sati. Agrani Sati is a FLE. We call them field level executives, or even village level entrepreneurs who wanted to onboard on the platform and take the services. So they onboard farmers, they geotag the farmlands. Once we have the farm boundaries, we start feeding into our more like data pipeline, and we start getting the all the whatever analysis we wanted to do for that specific plot, be it like agriculture credit score, or we wanted to understand the stress factors, we wanted to get the yield. So what are the cropping patterns? So entire thing we will be able to get it. And based on that, we start providing the services to farmers in the form of alerts and advisories. And based on the ACS score, we recommend them the fintech and the financial, like for the credit score, like crop loans or something. Even for the right amount of fertilizers, what they have to use, what are those stress or hotspots where they can go and do the fertilization. So that's something which we provide to the farmers. But coming to the other side, where the same thing will be available to the banks as a decision support system, where they can underwrite it. And you have Agrani Pro again. Agrani Pro is our market linkage app where we onboard traders, manufacturers, and they can have the visibility of the entire crop so that they can plan their procurement. And BL Agro is one of the manufacturers who do the trading on the platform, and then from the traders they procure and convert into a finished product. Again, that is launched in the market through different brands like Balkolu and Nourish. These are our e-commerce platforms which are sold to the consumers, and consumers buy the finished product from the markets. So, and on the top you have the government. So Leads Connect being collaborated with financial institutions and insurance companies. So we have a collaboration with SBI for providing loans to the farmers, FPOs. At the same time, we also do various research projects because of we wanted to understand using remote sensing, space tech and AI. We provide yield models. We do crop acreage estimation. We also work with the nodal agencies for this agri-tech. We also work with insurance companies because again, it's a part of the ecosystem. When we talk about risk management, providing the insurance to the farmers is very much important. So we also do the loss assessments. We talked about, of course, parametric products. So insurance companies, through the insurance companies, we mitigate the risks of the farmers and the other stakeholders. So these are our different client-facing apps. Like we have Agrani Sati. This is for field staff or village level entrepreneurs. Agrani Kisan is for farmers. Again, it's multilingual, so it's available in 6 languages, and we are adding on. Of course, Pro is for manufacturers, traders, and even FPOs, CBBOs. They can register and then use it. And we have portals available for different logins again for government, for having the entire visibility and for the policy making. And even the banks, financial institutions, they have their own dashboards for underwriting the loans. It's not only just underwriting the loans, but also the end use monitoring whether the loan is getting utilized for the same purpose the loan is taken or not. So the end use monitoring is also possible at farm level. So the overall outcomes of any digital platform in the agri supply chain is primarily should be focused around 3 important factors. I would say, one is the economic and social well-being. And food and nutrition security, end of the day, that's very much important, and environmental sustainability. So any platform which we develop or we've been developing, there are a lot of platforms available out there, but I'm sure if we take care of these 3 important aspects or outcomes, we'll be definitely able to bring some change, of course, in the agri ecosystem or agri value chain. Yeah, thank you. So, sure.
Are you also tracking the application of particular inputs, let's say when the farmer actually has applied or not? You get the information that I understood.
Yeah.
But you also track the years actually got that and applied that, or that is something which.
Yeah, we are tracking it, but through this, we have different scores available, like crop health score, real-time crop health score, through which we'll be able to understand, of course. But we are not literally tracking by taking the management practices of from using mobile application, whether they have did an input or not. We are using some different parameters to track that. Yeah.
And in the chain, in one slide was showing that for the processing of the crops.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
Do you have other entities also, like are you allowing, or do you have any plans to allow other companies to use your services to, let's say, procure from your system?
Yeah, that's the idea, to build the platform. So, but currently we are doing it in-house. But the idea is to make this trade enabled for the other players also, because we are creating that ecosystem. Right?
Thank you.
Yeah. Sure. Sure.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. I would now request to kindly do the honors of presenting a small token of gratitude and appreciation to our eminent speaker. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Bharat Settipalli, for that wonderful presentation. Thank you once again. Thank you, Ms. Singh, for doing the honors. And now we move on to our next presentation, for which I have the proud privilege. Dr. Alok Mukherjee, he's the co-founder and director of India Private Limited, who will address us on the data-driven decision-making in agriculture. Dr. Mukherjee will be sharing his insights on how data analytics and digital tools are more informed decisions, ultimately leading to better productivity and sustainability. So let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Mukherjee.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, researchers, practitioners, and all participants. So in morning, as I discussed that there are things in which I would like to go into the details. So because of the time constraint, I'll definitely I'll try to wrap up the things as soon as possible. But yes, I have a few things which is very important to actually raise also. And I have been hearing very insightful sessions like the entire day. And many things are there since the data analytics fraternity is here, and most of the people and space tech and all. But there are few things which we now need to consider if we are really concerned about the technological interventions and its implementation and utility, upscalability, and how to control all the aberrations and everything. So I'm going to talk. So in meantime, can I continue my talk? No issues means, yeah. No. So I am going to speak on data-driven intelligence for agriculture. As my colleague Mr. Bharat explained, that we have developed a platform Agrani, and before that our colleague respected sir Mr. Parikh sir also explained in the panel discussion that we have developed some credit score and all. What I would like to now explain that the entire idea is to take care of and address the food ecosystem challenges. So in the context of data analytics, what are the challenges that the entire research fraternity is quoting, or they are trying to address that? The data, whenever we what I was talking about, that food ecosystem challenges. I would like to keep it brief because there are many things that where I would like to a little bit go into the details as far as the real challenges are concerned, and in the context of data analytics. So as it is explained, and we have been hearing that climate aberrations, land degradations, global population is increasing. It means the entire game, the entire thing is all about supply demand dynamics. So how to take care of this? Okay. So before now I go into the details, I have just put some of the snippets, what the entire research fraternity is talking about the challenges. And it is just because of the references that this is not just that we are talking about. The entire research fraternity is talking about this thing, that there are some problems in the context of so data analytics, then the models, then the multi-source data sets are there, the selection of optimal models are there. These are the challenges. Why am I saying? Because we have been the entire throughout the day, means I have been hearing, and very important points also come into the picture. But before now I go into the details, I would like to have a simple question and a few of the things that now we need to understand. will AI alone means be able to solve the problem, the entire AI thing? I would like to start this discussion with a simple question that should we not bother that when we are going to use any kind of vegetation indices, so it should be means it's a very very raw thing, but I would like to just ask, suppose NDVI or NDRE. If NDVI, then at what stage? If NDRE, or then what stage? If we are trying to create a sample space and we are trying to the thing that the entire this black box architecture will be able to take care of this one, then maybe we may not be in the right direction, because with our experience, because we have been engaged in delivering with different agencies, we have deployed our yield models also, and with good accuracy and everything. But what we have observed, many at times it happened that a model which worked, suppose, for Bulandshahr, it's not working for the Gautam Buddha Nagar. What worked in Uttar Pradesh is not working in Haryana. Why is it happening? So the question is that when we are talking about the AI also, or the data analytics part also, so the thing is that, are we considering the optimal space, sample space, or the entire thing is dependent on the feature engineering module? So that's why in morning when I said that the time has come that hybrid approach, ensemble approach, or we need to move to the causal AI architecture. So we have deployed an entire yield ecosystem analytics. Why actually we did this one? I would like to share an incident. The one and based on scientific principles, I'm trying to explain this one. Just a while ago, I explained that if there are two index, so it's not just about that which index, at what stage. Shouldn't we think that NDVI, if we are going to use NDVI, that at what stage of the crop cycle? If we are going to use NDRE, then at what stage of the crop cycle? If there are any other physiological indices are there, then at what stage? So the entire banking on entirely on the black box architecture may not help. Then one more thing before I move ahead. Since because the entire session and the day is on the digital agriculture, we need to understand one thing. There are different crops, and I just want to give one example because I don't want to go into the details. So we need to understand one thing, that the way random forest works for one crop may not work for some other minor crop or something. If neural network is good for suppose maize, may not work well for the cotton. What about the model sensitivities and everything? So when it is about AI, when it is about data analytics, the most important thing is that what kind of selection, what kind of parameters, and what kind of process flow we are going to adopt for implementing AI, rather than too much dependence on the black box architecture. So what we did, I'll not go into the details of the entire thing, but we have deployed recently one solution for the government agencies. More than 100 and 200 combinations were run, and then optimal sample space was defined, and then it was fed into the black box architecture. Then again, it was converted into the entire ensemble architecture. And then the entire message was, when it was the entire thing when we have developed. So the entire idea, it's like this one, that how cotton is behaving with respect to rainfall, how suppose any other crop, paddy is behaving with respect to rainfall at this stage. So entire this probabilistic distribution was quantified so that seamlessly you can understand the regions of any pattern, and the consequences. And I've heard that we also discussed, and it was a very, very pertinent point about the suitabilities, about the use of fertilizers and all. For everything, there is a threshold. Agriculture is within the ecosystem, it's not outside the ecosystem. So entire parameters need to be taken care of. In morning, I have just mentioned very briefly that the story is not about that farm on which we are trying to do any kind of productivity dynamics. It is the entire thing that is affecting that.
Yes, sir. Anyway, I have just 5 minutes left, so let me deliberate on this one. I would like to explain 3 or 4 important points. The first thing is that when it is about data analytics, the first thing is that we have to work on the optimal sample space rather than banking on the entire black box architecture. Now, the most important thing is that the entire sensitivity and the causal analytics, and when we are talking about the regions and that which factor is actually creating the problem, which factor is creating the problem or which factor is playing the role. And in that case, we need to understand the entire probabilistic distribution has to quantify it. This is only possible when we know the thresholds, local thresholds for. Two things are there, sir. I would like to make it very clear. We are not saying that you take the entire sample space. We are saying the optimality of the sample space. It means, I'm giving a very simple example. Now, suppose that I thought or we have 20 parameters and we push these 20 parameters into black box architecture. Means suppose when we are saying black box, so there are some internal algorithms and everything, the entire hyper tuning and everything is happening there. Suppose neural network only. Entire error correction has been done, back progression algorithm based, everything. I don't know what is happening inside. It is there. Now, my simple proposition is this: whatever has happened, whatever optimality has been checked by that black box architecture, it is on those 20 parameters. What if there are 10 more parameters which should have been taken? What are those 10 more parameters which should have been taken for that crop? If the sample space is not fixed properly, our feature engineering model will be taking care of that data set that we are feeding into it. What about the optimality of that sample space?
So what is the solution, Alok?
Yes, sir.
What are you offering as a solution, or do we have to develop our own AIs?
Sir, it's a very, very interesting thing. And this is a perfect intervention to pick. Actually, sir, I would like to quote Professor Judy Appel, who is the Turing awardee also. And he mentioned, and he's a little bit critic of black box, means it's a conventional AI. You are strong AI, causal AI. It means before going into that, if I have to put it simply, sir, pattern forecast, just focusing on the pattern and then forecast, it's an invitation of a dangerous game. Process factors. First process factor, the root. The process has to be quantified, like Bayesian architecture, Bayesian networks, those kind of mathematical architectures. Based on that, the entire sample space will be generated because we have the sensitivity analysis, P of A by B, A by C, A by D and all. Then we have the sample space, then put it into the conventional AI. And then when it comes, then actually what is happening? It's in the entire causal AI architecture. We know what happened, what are the regions. So those regions and the thresholds also. The way rainfall is affecting cotton in one region may have a different intensity in the Buland Sahara. This is only possible when you have the probabilistic distribution. This is what, sir, we have to do. And this is what we have done. That's why we ran like more than 100 to 100 combinations. We came up with our own thresholds and then put it into the conventional AI thing. We have converted into a strong AI architecture. That's why we said.
Your previous slide.
Sir, sorry to interrupt.
Making your sample.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you, sir. Sir, we are running really against time. We have to close the event. If you could keep your questions after the presentation, would be really nice, so that we could have the next one.
Alok, we need really a good lecture from you.
Yes, sir.
It's very interesting. You are really directing us into an appropriate, destination.
Thank you, sir.
But we need really a lecture from you.
Can I get just 2 minutes to wrap up myself? Just
Yes,
3 questions.
Years of Dr. Alok, who is a research based. So what we can appreciate, sir. No, sir. What we can do, we will have a separate session.
Yes, that will be a good suggestion to have a separate session altogether on this topic instead of having 5 to 10 minutes.
On behalf of Leads Group,
I would like to invite all, and I will share my coordinator. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Sure,
Yes,
sure,
sir.
sure. For
Can I
all
have
this
2 minutes?
scientist fraternity, you are into this thing, so we'll make sure either we'll have a con call or we can have in-person meeting at our office.
So you are in Delhi only?
Yeah, yeah, Noida, sir. Noida Sector 16.
Can I have
Share
sir,
my-
2 minutes to wrap up my things?
Sure.
Yes.
Very important intervention, very important.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for this one. And then I just would like to put 2-3 pointers, and then I would like to wrap up. The first one is that what we are saying, that the time has come for the strong AI. Conventional AI outputs will be just an input to that architecture. Second, thresholds, we need to identify different ecological zones. It requires the sensitivity analysis. Third, we are dealing with ecological zones. It means for one crop, for different crops, single architecture, single process doesn't work. We have this, we have experienced this one. We have developed our own threshold for this one. Fourth, I have heard about the advisory here. Advisory means we have to take care of the coefficients for the entire equation. That coefficient is again dependent on the thresholds, and the entire thing is possible. So in my latest slides and all, so that we can discuss in this one. Now I'll not go into this one. We have also, sir, come up with Evara architecture. We are currently doing pilot studies for 16 different states. It is not just about agriculture. We have proved, sir, and we'd like to show, demonstrate that how ecological parameters are affecting agriculture. That's why, very interestingly, we wrapped up Brahmaputra, we wrapped up Alaknanda, we wrapped up Jhelum. Right now, we are again going back to the Uttarakhand to take care of the Mandakini River, because what is happening actually in the ecosystem, considering these ecological parameters also. Thank you so much, sir. We invite you to see our findings, results. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. That was certainly a presentation which was very, very interesting, and for sharing your information and data-driven decision-making is indeed a game changer in modern agriculture. I would now request Ms. Ayati from ICFA to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude. So certainly we have seen that the data-driven decision-making in agriculture is certainly going to empower the farmers to optimize their operations and make smarter choices. Thank you very much indeed. And certainly everybody would look forward to a separate session on this. We're extremely sorry, due to the time constraint, we had to intervene and cut it short. Thank you very much indeed. And now finally we have with us Mr. Saurabh Arora from IIT Ropar, TIF Awadh, who will talk about the National Digital Agriculture Impact and share the startup success stories, and will shed light on how digital innovation is helping startups thrive in the agriculture sector and how they are contributing to the nation's digital agriculture movement. And I would request Mr. Saurabh Arora, if you could kindly close in about 5 to 7 minutes.
So yes, we are into the last session, and I hope we harvest only crops, not the wheat. I'll try to make it insightful. So meanwhile, they are loading the presentations. And again, good afternoon, everyone. I represent Awadh. It stands for Agriculture and Water Technology Development Hub. And it's a center for excellence dedicated to driving innovation in agriculture and water sector, with a key focus on supporting innovations, tech development, and human skilling. So today I'll briefly take you with the presentation and through the exciting work we do at Awadh, but setting the tone for the digital agriculture. So whenever I hear the term this digital agriculture, so few terms come to my mind. These are data, precision agriculture, data-driven agriculture, or sensors. So these all are the building blocks of the modern agriculture. But there is a deep core, what lies inside that. What is that? That is known as cyber physical systems, where physical systems are integrated with the algorithmic computational algorithm. As my fellow colleague have beautifully explained the GIS-based data and data things. So all are these known as cyber physical systems. So why I wanted to highlight this is because the Awadh Center. Our center is have some priority areas, which is agriculture and water technology. So I'll not spend much time onto this. And is it working? Big one? Okay. So we are transitioning towards the brighter future through tech development and innovations. Also, I would like to build on, I would like to represent a fact that recently through a NESCOM report, they reported that there is a significant dip in deep tech investments. So number of deep tech startup is increasing, but the investment decreasing. So the report says it is 77% decrease. That is 3.7 billion USD in 2022, and which falls to 850 million USD in 2023. So why this is happening? So they have also mentioned three major things that why this is happening. The one is scaling. They are not able to scale deep tech startups. Obviously, long gestation period is there. Then talent acquisition, the right kind of talent, the right man force. The third is global expansion, which may be attributed to the certifications or may be attributed to the IP issues, no freedom to operate, or I can say it's not a full sound technological advance. So at being from a technical institute, I think we are at our focusing on all the three of these parameters, which I'll be showing quickly taking you through the slides. So we are under the National Mission of Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical System that is run by Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. And there are 25 such centers like ours, which have different sector specific expertise. So we have been supported with a corpus of around 3,660 crores to build capacity in cyber physical systems. And our focus is agriculture and water technology development. So that being said, if you are an industry, if you are a startup, you can take our assistance in fundings and tech development. Be it if you are coming from academic area, we can look for synergies. I'll just quickly show a slide of synergies. And if you are from industry, we can collaborate for the greater good of mankind and farmers. So this is a brief snapshot. 110 CR is supported by Department of Science and Technology under a national mission. And then we have further support from Startup India, and we have strong industrial association with Syngenta International Partner, and some for product design lab with Dassault Systems. And this is our startup portfolio where we have almost 137 startup as of now I talk. And we have invested around 15-16 CR into them, and with every stage of funding. So the NESCOM report stated that the funding at the deep tech startup needs funding at different stages, which is not happening. So they also suggested that private investor will not invest because due to long gestation period. So you should contact the government-backed funding. So we are a government-backed fund. Which is why we play a critical role in this technology development. So these are our hub governing board members. I'll quickly skip through it. A glimpse of our government partner, corporate partners. This is our overall investment partners and our program partners. So just to give the our spoke overview, this is the spokes. We have pan-India presence. And some of our recent awards. So I'll like to focus quickly for a greater dissemination that Sprint and Samriddhi are our funding programs in which we fund up to 50 lakh with equity fund under Samriddhi, and under Sprint we fund up to 25 lakhs in the form of various grants and short-term loans and other debts. These are some technologies that are in-house developed in at IIT Ropar. So this is a very use case good technology. There is nanobubble generator, which is deployed in the field and is commercially available. The similar devices is usually imported in India, but now it is being indigenously made. It gives nanobubbles which are stable, which stays for more time into the water. So it is helpful for oxygenation of water. It can be used in fisheries for cleaning ponds, and it has been tested as a pilot with the government of Punjab and other governments as well. The other is MooFarm, which is usually tracking the animals' movements and other things. And this very ambitious project of digital entomologists, which gives the tracking and biodiversity and tracks the insects in the field, be it a honeybee population and diversity. So I want to highlight this particular setup is because this is based on the platform technology. So as a technology development hub, we have a platform technology that is made and the technology, based on this technology, the solution is made. So the platform technology can be used for, say, image processing, for using AI modules. I mean, it's an industrial grade technology that is freely available for our startup. They can simply pay the very nominal charges of making that device, and we can we take no IP, just so for the facilitation of development of the technology. So this is again the same biodiversity project. So this is chlorination, one more water related innovation, where it is a very common problem in household. We don't get a monitoring of the chlorination of water into our household supply. Sometimes there is high chlorine and sometimes there is no chlorine. So once chlorine depletes through the flowing system, there is biofilm, bacteria formation, and they form biofilm. And even if you then give chlorine, the biofilm protects them, bacteria. So the ideal thing is to get a monitoring of the chlorine through the household system. So one startup came to us with a problem. He has a small mechanical without electricity based chlorinator for small house villages and other things. So but he could not monitor the chlorine into the water. So we developed a solution for this. So again, then there are more soil health monitoring projects with Syngenta we are undergoing. Some R&D projects, again, all the digital data based on cyber physical systems. This Nanokriti, again, that is nano bubble generator only. So I'll quickly move through the developments. And this is startup and entrepreneurship. As I showed again earlier as well. As of now, we have 137 plus startups. And they have been able to raise significant funds even apart from our support as well. So our flagship initiative is also applauded by the highest office from the India. And so this is the Samriddhi Sprint program. This Atman is where 4 IITs came together to do such programs. And these are just the glimpse of our programs. So human skilling, making the humans and students and college graduates ready to adopt AI. This is our mission's major mandate. So all of the 25 centers, they are all doing the skilling part as a activity. We also doing the skilling as a major mandate, under which we have established 7 Awadh CPS. We call them Awadh CPS lab. At least 7 CPS labs have been established throughout the country, major in the NITs and private and government institutes as well. So this is our team, and our leadership is here. Whosoever want to establish a lab at their campus, be it a private organization or be it a government organization, we are here to connect. With me, team, I have our leadership, Dr. Radhika is here, and with me I have Divyanshu, Abadman, and Simranjeet, Mandeep, and Avinash, and also Priyank with me here. We all are here, and we'll be happy to connect with you further. So thank you with that. I think I did not take much time. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I once again request Ms. Aiti from ICFA to kindly do the honors. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the close of India Digital Agriculture Conference 2024. On behalf of IIT Roper, TIF Awadh, and ICFA, I thank each one of you for being here with us and staying till the end in giving your participation in making this conference a huge success that it was. We invite all of you to kindly join us for tea before you leave the venue. Thank you once again. Special thank to all our eminent speakers and panelists for their wonderful insights we had during this session. Thank you once again. Have a wonderful evening ahead. Safe drive home. Good evening and namaskar.
I share my card on.